So let's get started again, continuing chapter three. This is page 30. Oh, this is the last thing that we did. We just went over this one. All right, so continuing chapter three. Uh, this was on page 36, and we'll move on to the next one. So, buyers of a primary residence can receive rebates legally, and therefore those are not considered to be kickbacks. Remember, kickbacks are paying anybody without a license, or giving money to back to a seller or a friend in exchange for a valuable lead. First of all, we're not supposed to be paying anybody; only our brokers can, right? Um, so buyers of a primary residence can receive rebates in certain situations if it's their primary residence and we enter into an agreement at the time we start working with them that we're offering them a rebate. Then we could give that rebate as a in the form of a credit or check at closing, and that's usually done by the closing agent, whoever that will be. So an agent cannot offer a buyer rebate though unless their broker allows it. So when you're interviewing around for brokers, that may be a question to ask if you would like to offer rebates to the public. Sometimes I like to do this at open houses for the people that walk in. Often they're like, "Oh no, I'm working with a realtor," or "No, I don't want to." They'll lie that they're working with a realtor, because they just don't want to be bothered. But you can let them know after you ask for their signature and you do that whole thing about really other agents aren't asking for you for a signature or for IDs. I
Mhm.
don't know, so after you go through that whole spiel, then you could say, oh, by the way, if you buy a house through me, my company offers buyers rebates. So you actually share in a portion of my commission. We give it back to the buyer who buys a house through me. Am I bribing you? Of course I am, but that's okay. It's legal. And people will tend, let me ask you a question. If you're out in the shopping for a home and you're just like bouncing from open house to open house, and I tell you, you see that I'm doing something different because I'm asking for your IDs, and I say I do a more thorough job. I show that to you how I'm doing things different than other agents. And then I tell you, oh, by the way, if you buy a house through me, I could be your one point of contact. I could get you the information about any house you want. Doesn't matter what company it's listed with. I have access to the MLS. Um, and as a bonus, if you buy a house through me, I'll share my commission with you. We're allowed to give what we call buyers rebates. Most agents out there don't do that because they just don't want to share their commission with buyers, but I do. So if that's something that you would maybe find of interest, I give you money back when you buy a house through me. How about that? Sound good? I'll give you up to 25% of my commission at closing. Ooh. Yeah, did I pique your interest?
Would that really be worth it?
Right.
What if your person isn't much?
How much are the other agents giving you?
Zero. Like,
Yeah, I just told you, I'm going to share with you up to 25% of my commission. It's up to because it depends on the value of the house. There's a minimum I work for. So if the house is super cheap, it's not going to be 25%. But over a certain amount, you'll get 25% of my commission back at closing. That could be that could buy you a nice living room couch set or something. That could be nice.
okay. Doable.
Yeah. So let's see. The buyer must be advised to consult with tax professionals about the tax consequences of receiving those rebates too, because depending on the amount, it's taxable income. I don't know your tax situation though, so consult with your tax professional. That's why we say consult with your tax professional. Let's see what happened here with this dude. What did he do? Oh, this guy, he went about offering that buyer's rebate the wrong way. He paid it out of his pocket, out of his sales commission. He never had a written agreement with the buyer that he was offering a rebate, and it was not paid in the form of a credit or check. I guess he gave him cash. Now you
Mm,
may be thinking, well, how would you get in trouble for that? You think the buyer's going to report them because you gave them money back at closing? How did they find out about it? I don't know. I guess you could click on the consent order. I can't hear because it's just a screenshot. But I guess if you clicked on the consent order, you could read more about it. This is 2019, so you could go click on that 2019 section of the Real Estate Commission's disciplinary actions page and come up with this case here and find out why or how he paid them. Maybe it'll be in there. Anyway, he has to complete 3 hours of CE on agency and law relationships and won't count towards his CE for license renewal. And he had to pay a $7,500 fine. Wow. For sharing my commission and giving some money back to the buyer I'm working with, I have to pay a $7,500 fine for giving them money. Oh, man. I was just trying to be a nice guy. What the
Wow.
hell? So I don't know what the deal is behind that, but if you don't do things the right way, is the point of me having it here in this slide, you could get in trouble. How
Right.
to find out? I don't know. You can read the consent order on the Real Estate Commission's website and try to figure it out, but I don't know, but it does happen. That's my point. Don't think that, well, how's anybody going to know? Because they know, they always know. Toucan Sam says that. Let's see. The salesperson compensation is determined by mutual agreement between the broker and you. The salesperson is the independent contractor in your independent contractor employment agreement when you start working for that broker. So we get paid a commission split. The salesperson's share of the commission must be paid only by your broker, and they got to pay you when? Within 10 days or as soon as the check is cleared. All right. The creation of agency is done so by some sort of written employment contract between you and your clients. It's a special agency relationship, and it's best to create in a written agreement, not by word or your actions alone. The first thing that we give to anyone we intend to do business with is explaining to them about the different types of agency relationships. It's the CIS form. It explains there's different ways that real estate agents can work with you as a buyer's agent only, seller's agent only, a disclosed dual agent, or a transaction broker. And the CIS form is the consumer information statement, and that's that document that explains the differences between them. And we will go over one of those shortly. I'll go over the actual document with you. And between the broker and the seller, we could also have an exclusive listing agreement. Those are the only types of listings that we could put in the MLS, the ones that begin with the word exclusive, because that means that they only hired one agency to exclusively market their property for sale. So we don't have 10 listings on the same property in the MLS that are active. Between the broker and the buyer, it would be an exclusive buyer's agency agreement. All right, we went over that one already. Boom. So let's highlight this on page 45 about supplying the CIS form. So we're going to skip over the independent contractor agreement here that starts on page 37. And then we're going to skip over the exclusive buyer's agency agreement. And then on page 45, towards the bottom of the page, and we're going to highlight real estate agents are required to furnish the CIS before any discussion of the seller, landlord, buyers, tenants, motivation, or financial situation is initiated. You know what, though? On the very top of that page, probably take a screenshot of this too. It says disclosure of agency of who you got to give it to. If you highlight that first sentence at the top of the page, it says New Jersey regulations require licensees to present a CIS form, the consumer information statement, to all sellers, buyers, landlords, and tenants on the sale or rental of 1 to 4 family residential properties or vacant 1-family lots. I'm going to have to take a screenshot of that and add that. I highlighted in my book just now, and I'm going to add that to our slideshow as well. Not right this second, of course, but I'm going to just snap a photo of it if you bear with me one momento. And so this way, if you got that, you got both of those things highlighted there in the book. I'm going to add them both to the same slide. So let's see. The regulations do not require the CIS be signed by the parties. You're only required to give it to them, but it's a good idea to get them to sign it as well, to have them acknowledge that you have given it to them. So basically, you give them one copy, and they that's for themselves, and you get one copy and you stick it in your files. So if you ever end up in a transaction with them, they can't end up saying, well, you never told me about it. You never showed me this, even though you're required to by law. Well, then you could be like, well, here it is. I'm showing it to you. I showed it to you. What's up? What's up? What's up? And the CIS form, here we go. CIS, Consumer Information Statement. It's a copy of it on page 46 and 47. It's safe to give to anyone you intend to do business, even though it's only required to be given to owners, buyers, renters on residential transactions. It's not required for short-term rentals less than 125 days or for commercial buildings and apartment buildings. CIS is a disclosure of business relationships. That's what it does. It describes how your agency intends to work with or represent somebody. It's the first document you give to anybody you intend to do business with. If you're working as a dual agent, remember though, you have to work then as a disclosed dual agent, because undisclosed dual agency is illegal. But there's nothing wrong with disclosed dual agency, but undisclosed dual agency is illegal. So you have to disclose it. So we give the CIS form first to tell people about the different types of agency, and then we give them to sign the informed consent to dual agency agreement if we want them to give us implicit permission now to work as a dual agent. Okay, so here we go. If working as a dual agent, an informed consent to dual agency agreement is required. Here, let me embolden that. Put that in bold. The form. Informed consent to dual agency agreement. There we go. And there are 4 versions of that form, one for a seller, or I'll just say one for the owner, but I'll say seller, landlord, buyer, tenant. Okay. It's required to be given before you even open your mouth and discuss with people their motivation to move or their financial situation. And remember, if you're going to put it on legal size paper to turn it into a brochure to get that blank front page and back page that you could customize, make sure that you don't change the font size. The law requires it be a 12-point minimum font size. All right, so here's the actual CIS form, at least the second page of the CIS form, where the signature lines go. And if you notice something on here, it says, you may obtain legal advice. You guys should highlight this probably in the book too. on the form. So
Okay.
if you turn a page to 46 and 47,
Mhm.
this is the form. It's actually on one piece of paper. It's two-sided. On one side, it says, the second side on page 46 down, 47 down to the bottom. Highlight this. It says, you may obtain legal advice about these business relationships from your own lawyer. This statement is not a contract and is provided for informational purposes only. And then at the upper right-hand side, it tells you this is where they put their signature, or this is where they sign. So by signing, some people get freaked out. They think it's a contract, but you could point out to them down here at the bottom. Look, it's not a contract. It's provided for informational purposes only. Well, then why do you want me to sign? Well, look here at the upper right. It says acknowledgement of receipt of the consumer information statement. I just want you to acknowledge that you received it because we're required to give it to you, and I don't want to get in trouble, so I need you to sign this. Okay. At the beginning of the relationship, person doesn't want to sign that, and after you tell them that you don't want to get in trouble because you're required to give this to people, and you just want that as the proof, well, then they're a jerk off. Probably you don't want to work with them anyway, right? So, on this form, you know what? We're going to actually pull up. Do I have the form? Nope. Okay. So let me actually pull up one of these forms. Right, now I got to look it up. Hold on one sec. I'm going to open one of these forms and we're going to read it from start to finish. We're going to see what that form is about. Okay. Let me just pull one open. Contract disclosures, CIS. And here we go. Okay. Y'all with me here? We're going to go over the CIS form right now. All right, so let me go over this entire form. I'm going to explain everything here in full. It's going to take a little while. I'm going to explain this. And then, you know what? At this time, I should also pull up the informed consent to dual agency agreement. I'll fully explain that as well. And then we can have any questions. We could go over them after that. Okay, so let me just pull the one up for the informed consents to dual agency agreements as well. That's one, and that's for the buyer. And let me pull up the one for the seller too. And we're going to go over all these right now. So we're going to have a nice full explanation of them and a little tutorial for you here. Let me go through my ramblings first before you ask any questions. I'm going to explain all of this to you, okay? And I'm just trying to get a nice, good, straightforward recording, though, explaining this so that I could use this in classes and add it into your slideshows as well. A nice recording of this explanation of what the CIS and disclosed dual agency agreement form is. Let me get a sip of my go-go juice first before we get started in that. Okay.
Put my feet up? No.
Get all ready? Okay.
Okay.
Oh, also, before we get started, let me throw out here the morning poll. How about that? Let's do that morning attendance poll. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Let's go back to the slideshow here for a moment. Let's start off by reading this slide again, okay? The CIS is the Consumer Information Statement. It's safe to give to everyone you intend to do business with, even though it's only required that you give it to the owners and renters and buyers of residential real estate transactions. It is not required for short-term rentals less than 125 days, which are considered seasonal rentals, or for commercial buildings or apartment buildings, multi-unit apartment buildings. The CIS is a disclosure of business relationships. It describes how your agency intends to work with or represent somebody. And it's the first document you give to anyone you intend to do business with. You give it to them and explain it to them even before you discuss their financial situation or their motivation, their reasons to move, whether they're selling or buying. And if you're going to put this on legal size paper, you could fold it as a brochure and have a blank cover and a blank back, but make sure that it's no less than a 12-point font size. The text cannot be shrink down on this form. Okay, so here is that second page of the CIS form. I tell people to highlight this. You may obtain legal advice about these business relationships from your own lawyer, but the statement is not a contract and is provided for informational purposes only. By having you sign it, I'm just asking you to acknowledge receipt of the CIS form, the Consumer Information Statement, because we're required to give it to people, and we don't want them later on saying that we never gave it to them. So we give them one copy, and we keep a copy for ourselves that they signed, so that we could prove and show that we actually went over it with them. Now, the Consumer Information Statement, this is the actual form. We're going to go over this right now. It says right here at the top, Consumer Information Statement on business relationships in New Jersey. So let's read through this. It says, in New Jersey, real estate licensees are required to disclose how they intend to work with buyers and sellers in a real estate transaction. In rental transactions, the term buyers and sellers should also include tenants and landlords, respectively. So as a seller's agent or subagent, I, as a licensee, represent the seller, and all material information supplied to me by the buyer will be told to the seller. So basically, if they've violated their fiduciary duty on the other side and told us something in confidence, we have a duty of disclosure notice. We have to go report that back to our seller if we're representing the seller. Now, if you're working as a buyer's agent, any information that the seller's agent tells you, we have a duty, fiduciary duty, to go back and report that back to our buyer that we're working with, because that is our fiduciary obligation of disclosure. But once again, we're only going to learn things that we need to report back if they violated their fiduciary duties, if the other agent in the transaction violated their fiduciary duties and didn't keep their mouth shut for something that their client told them in confidence. But otherwise, other things too, we report back to our clients, like if we find out about problems in a house and stuff like that, we have a duty to go back and report it. Anything that they would find important and could affect their decision in purchasing. Now, as a disclosed dual agent, there's nothing wrong with dual agency. That means that your agency is representing both parties in a transaction. There's nothing wrong with that, but it's got to be disclosed. So as long as both the buyer and seller are aware of the fact that your agency is representing both parties in the transaction, it's okay. But then you also have to take it a step further, and you need to get them to give you the implicit permission now to work as a dual agent. So at this time, so let me read this part first. So as a disclosed dual agent, I, as a licensee, represent both parties. However, I may not, without express permission, disclose that the seller will accept a price less than the listing price, or that the buyer will pay a price greater than the offered price. Because you're representing both parties in the transaction, you may have that information from both parties, but you can't go back and blabbing that information to the other because you're representing both parties. You can't put one's interest over the other and play favorites. Basically, that's all that's saying. So now, when are you acting as a disclosed dual agent? Well, if your agency is representing both parties in the transaction. It could be you as an individual agent are working with both the seller or the buyer, but it doesn't have to be. the seller and the buyer, but it doesn't have to be. It could be you're representing the seller in the transaction and another agent from your office is working with the buyer, but you both work for the same company. You're under the same roof, the same agency umbrella, working for the same broker. So therefore, your agency is representing both parties in the transaction because you're a representative of the broker. And both of those clients are the brokers. So the broker is representing them both. So ergo, it is dual agency. Now, in order to work as a dual agent, it's not enough just to tell people that you're going to be working as a dual agent. You need to get their implicit permission to work as one. So here is a sample of the informed consent to dual agency agreement. There's 4 versions of this form, one for a seller, or sometimes I've seen 2 versions where they put seller / landlord, but one for the seller, one for the landlord, one for the buyer, one for the tenant. And so on this one's for the seller. You put the property address here. And this basically explains that you have a duty and obligation normally to go back and report things to the other side if you're working as a dual agent. And dual agents have to keep confidential any information that their clients tell them because they're representing both parties in the transaction. They can't go and place one party's interest over the other. But there's that risk that the agent could possibly do that. And so that's what this form actually just discloses. You know, be careful what you disclose to your agent so that they don't go blabbing it to the other side, even though they're legally not allowed to, and you could sue the hell out of them if they do. Okay, so because they violated their fiduciary duties to you. So that's basically what this form says. Let's read through it and see. So this agreement evidences seller's consent that the brokerage firm, as a seller's agent, may act as a disclosed dual agent in order to represent both the seller and the buyer in the real estate transaction, and seeks seller's consent to allow the seller's agent to act as a disclosed dual agent. You need to get their implicit permission to work as a dual agent. It's not enough just to tell them you're going to be working that way. So when the opportunity arises. Now, the seller should be aware that the real estate licensee may legally act as a disclosed dual agent only with the seller and the buyer's informed written permission, their consent. So the seller understands, here, let me highlight this, make it a little bit easier, know where I'm at. The seller understands that disclosed dual agency representing more than one party in a transaction has the potential of creating a conflict of interest. Yeah, if the agent doesn't know how to keep their mouth shut, that's the only time. So if both the seller and the buyer may intend to rely on the seller's agent advice, and their respective interests may be adverse to each other. Therefore, when acting as a disclosed dual agent, the seller's agent will not represent the interest of buyers to the exclusion or detriment of the interest of the seller, or vice versa. Basically, this is what it's saying. So in other words, you can't place one party's interest above another, right? So next paragraph. As a disclosed dual agent of both the seller and the buyer, seller's agent will be working equally for both parties in the real estate transaction and will provide services to complete the transaction without the full range of fiduciary duties ordinarily owed by an agent. So you can't provide that full level of loyalty where if you find out something about the other side, you have to report it back to the other. Now, normally, even in a normal transaction where there's 2 agents from different companies there, the other agent should know better than to disclose anything that their client told them in confidence. You know, that's what they're explaining here, is only if that agent were to knowingly violate their fiduciary duties and tell you something that their client told them in confidence that they weren't supposed to share with you, that you then have a duty to report it back to your client, and now they could take advantage of that. Okay, so that's what they mean here by you're not going to gain that advantage. It should never be an advantage to begin with. So the seller alone or the buyer, let's see, so where did I leave off here? Seller alone or the buyer alone, who represents the seller alone or buyer alone. Okay. In the preparation of offers and counteroffers between the seller and the buyer, the seller's agent will act only as an intermediary to facilitate the transaction rather than act as an active negotiator representing either the seller or the buyer in a fiduciary capacity. By consenting to this dual agency, the seller is giving up the right to undivided loyalty and will be owed only limited duties of disclosure by the seller's agent. I already just finished explaining that. Yeah, normally you would never find out anything anyway unless the other agent violated their fiduciary duties, and then you'd have a duty to disclose that to your client. But that should not be an advantage because it shouldn't be happening anyway. So it's not like you're gaining or losing anything really, except for if the other side did something they weren't supposed to. So, for example, the seller acknowledges that seller's agent as a disclosed dual agent is not permitted under law to disclose to either seller or buyer any confidential information that has been or will be communicated to the buyer's agent by either party. Okay, so basically they're going over this again and again and again, and that's all this form does. And then you as the licensee, you put your name here, the brokerage that you work for over here as well. You sign, and the where is it? You sign and the seller signs. Okay. And then we also have the informed consent to dual agency for a buyer / tenant. And this basically goes over the same thing. It just describes all the same, it's all the same text, just saying it from the perspective of a buyer. You know, that they can't place one party's interest above the other. You put your name here, your brokerage's name, once again here, you sign, and the buyer sign here. And you give them a copy of that, the duplicate original, we call that, and you keep one for your records as well. That's all that's about. Okay, so let's go back to the CIS form and finish reading and explaining that. Now, there's nothing in the law that states that you have to work in an agency capacity as a buyer's agent, seller's agent, or disclosed dual agent. As a transaction broker, I, as a licensee, do not represent either the buyer or the seller, and all information I acquire from one party may be told to the other. So before you disclose any confidential information to a real estate licensee regarding real estate transactions, you know, it is helpful to know, are they actually representing your interests or someone else's? Who is the agent representing at this point before you start telling them things about your finances, your motivation and reasoning to move? I have to sell because I'm going to get foreclosed on, or my job is relocated, or there's a sense of urgency, because that could be used against you if that agent's not representing you. So it's important for you to find out right from the onset of that relationship, are they going to be representing me or someone else or both of us or neither of us before I start giving them this kind of information. This is why the law requires the CIS be given and explained to people first thing before you ever go over their finances or motivations. Okay, so before you disclose confidential information to a real estate licensee regarding the real estate transaction, you should understand what type of business relationship you have with that licensee. There are 4 types: seller's agent, buyer's agent, disclosed dual agent, and a transaction broker. And each of these relationships impose certain legal duties and responsibilities on the licensee, as well as the seller or the buyer who's being represented. These 4 relationships are defined in greater detail below in the rest of this form, which we're about to go over right now. So let's start off with the seller's agent. A seller's agent works only for the seller and has legal obligations called fiduciary duties. Those are the legal obligations we owe to our clients when you're working in the capacity as an agent, buyer's agent, seller's agent, or disclosed dual agent. And if you violate those fiduciary duties, you can be held legally responsible to them and financially if they sue you. So these are called fiduciary duties to the seller. These include reasonable care. So now we're going to go over what are our fiduciary duties. I give you guys an acronym COLD, COALD. care, obedience, accounting, loyalty, and disclosure. So loyalty includes confidentiality. Disclosure includes notice. Anything you find out, you have to notify your client about. Because in the eyes of the law, when you work as an agent, the law considers anything told to the agent, your client already knows because you have a legal responsibility to report it to them. That's notice. So sellers agents often work with buyers, but they do not represent the buyers. However, in working with buyers, a seller's agent must act honestly. In dealing with both parties, the seller's agent may not make any misrepresentations to either party on matters material to the transaction. We need to treat everybody fairly and honestly. We can't lie, such as the buyer's financial ability to pay, and must disclose defects of a material nature affecting the physical condition of the property, which a reasonable inspection by the licensee would disclose. And seller's agents include all persons licensed with the brokerage firm, because you're all representatives of the broker. And it's not who you as an individual represent. You represent the broker. It's who your agency represents. That's why they call this agency representation. So, which has all been authorized through a listing agreement to work as a seller's agent. In addition, other brokerage firms may accept an offer to work with the listing broker's firm as a seller's agent. In such cases, those firms and all persons associated with that firm are called subagents. A subagent is an agent of an agent. You're an agent of your broker, you're a subagent. But this is talking about subagency, where it could be another company. You have an agent that they're working with somebody as a buyer, but in reality, they're representing the seller because the buyer doesn't want representation. So that agent could also represent the seller in the transaction. In that case, it's called subagency. And that was popular in the 90s, not so much anymore these days. So the sellers who do not desire to have their property marketed through subagents should so inform the seller's agent. So that they make sure that nobody does that. All right, now, a buyer's agent works only for the buyer. You're only working for the buyer. So a buyer's agent has fiduciary duties only to the buyer, which include reasonable care, undivided loyalty, your fiduciary duties, cold, care, obedience, accounting, loyalty, disclosure. So over here, they just word it in a different way. Care, undivided loyalty, confidentiality, and full disclosure. However, in dealing with sellers, a buyer's agent must act honestly. In dealing with both parties, a buyer's agent may not make any misrepresentations on matters material to the transaction. See, all this stuff is just like with a seller's agent, except it's flipped the script for a buyer now, such as a buyer's financial ability to pay, and must disclose defects of a material nature affecting the physical condition of the property, which a reasonable inspection may have uncovered. A buyer's wishing to be represented by a buyer's agent is advised to enter into a separate written agency contract with the brokerage firm, which is to work as their agent. Now, even though you're representing the buyer, if it turns out that the buyer can't get the loan, you still need to treat the other parties in the transaction fairly and honestly, and you have to let the other side know that the buyer's having trouble getting a loan. You can't expect them to keep their property off of the market because you placed an offer on the property that they accepted, knowing that they're probably not going to be able to get the loan to buy the house, to go through with the transaction. And then the seller's keeping their property off the market, thinking that they can. So we have to treat all parties fairly and honestly in the transaction and disclose to them that the buyer is having trouble getting a loan right now. And then the sellers have to decide what to do. Same thing if the buyer bounces the deposit check. We have a fiduciary duty to our clients, but we also have to treat the other side fairly and honestly, and we have to let them know that the money that we said when we made the offer that we have on deposit in our escrow account, our brokerage escrow account, it's actually not there because the buyer bounced the check. Now, there could be legitimate reasons why that happened and it was just an honest mistake, but either way, that could be bad for the transaction. but we still need to do it because we got to treat everybody fairly and honestly. All right, now working as a disclosed dual agent, the agency represents both parties in the transaction, not necessarily the particular one single agent. You, as a salesperson, you could be working with a seller and you never met the buyer. But either way, another agent in your office who works for the same broker is representing the buyer. So your agency, your company is representing both parties in the transaction. Ergo, it is dual agency. Now, there's nothing wrong with dual agency once again, but undisclosed dual agency is illegal. So as long as it is disclosed, there's no problem with it. So disclose, disclose, disclose. Nobody's getting disadvantaged or getting taken advantage of if you disclose that. So a disclosed dual agent works for both parties in the transaction, the seller and the buyer. And to work as dual agent, a firm must first obtain an informed written consent of dual agency for both the buyer and the seller. So I just went over those two forms with you, the ones for the buyer and the one for the seller. Therefore, before acting as a disclosed dual agent, brokerage firms must make written disclosure to both parties. Disclosed dual agency is most likely to occur when a licensee, when a real estate firm working as a buyer's agent shows the buyer's properties owned by the seller for whom that firm is also working as a seller's agent or a sub-agent. So a real estate licensee working as a disclosed dual agent must carefully explain to each party that, in addition to working as their agent, the firm is also representing the other party in the transaction, on the other side of the transaction. So they must also explain what effect their working as a disclosed dual agent will have on their fiduciary duties. Yeah, basically, if the other person tells me something in confidence, I can't come back and tell it to you if I find out about that information, and vice versa, because I can't put one party's interest over the other. Is that taking advantage of somebody? Is somebody going to benefit from that or lose out because of that? No, because even if it was a different company, a different agency, that agent should have never disclosed to me something that their client told them in confidence either. So when working as a disclosed dual agent, a brokerage firm must have an express permission of a party prior to disclosing confidential information. So you're going to need to get it in writing if you do want to disclose any of that confidential information. Such information includes the highest price a buyer can afford to pay and the lowest price that a seller will accept, and the party's motivations to buy or sell. Remember, a brokerage firm acting as a disclosed dual agent will not be able to put one party's interest ahead of the other. They cannot advise or counsel either party on how to gain an advantage at the expense of the other. So, for example, if you're a listing agent and you're aware that the seller will accept a lower price than the asking price, and then you're also representing the buyer, you can't encourage that buyer to give them guidance on how much of an offer to make. Like you normally would if you were a buyer's agent, you do a CMA, a comparative market analysis, to determine what the value of the property is. And if the property was overpriced, or you could encourage them to try to make a lower offer. But remember, you're representing both parties in the transaction. And when you're representing a seller, you're supposed to try to get them the most money. When you're representing a buyer, you're supposed to get them the property as cheap as possible. So you cannot really give them advice on that. So what you should do is just do a CMA for them, tell them that this is how much this property should be worth. How much do you want to offer? Leave it up to them to make that decision. Okay, you can't give them that advice on how or a strategy on how to price their offer. You could just, but you can give them that pricing valuation, tell them what it's worth, and they can make their own decision based on that, their own conclusions. So how to gain an advantage at the expense of another, you can't do that. And any confidential information, you got to keep to yourself. If you decide to enter into an agency relationship with a firm which is working as a disclosed dual agent, you're advised to sign a written agreement with that firm, giving them that permission to do so. Now, nothing in the law tells you that you have to work with somebody as an agent, buyer's agent, seller's agent, or disclosed dual agent. You could also work as a transaction broker which basically acts as a manager of the transaction without actually representing anybody in an agency capacity. So therefore, you don't owe fiduciary duties to the people you're working with. Also, let me note at this time, if you're working with somebody as a buyer's agent, seller's agent, or disclosed dual agent, the key word there in common is agent. When you're working as an agent, the people you're working with, you're representing, are called clients. If you're working as a transaction broker, the person you're working with is called a customer. We owe fiduciary duties to clients, not to customers. So a transaction broker, when working as a transaction broker, the New Jersey real estate licensing law does not require licensees to work in the capacity of an agent when providing brokerage services. A transaction broker works with a buyer, seller, or both in a transaction, just like any other agent would. A transaction broker does not promote the one party over the other. The licensee with such a firm would be required to treat all parties honestly in the transaction and act in a competent manner, but you don't owe them fiduciary duties. So basically, if you're representing both parties in a transaction and you know, or even one party in a transaction, say you're representing a buyer and you know that they're willing to go up on price, you could let the other party know that they're willing to go up higher on the price if you wanted, if you think that that is going to help make the transaction happen. Because as a transaction broker, you don't owe fiduciary duties of confidentiality. So if your client told you something in confidence where you're supposed to keep your mouth shut about it, if you think that disclosing it will help the transaction move along, well, then as a manager of the transaction, without owing fiduciary duties, you can do that, okay? So a transaction broker can locate qualified buyers for a seller or suitable property for a buyer. They can work for both parties in the transaction and then do the negotiations as they see fit. So a transaction broker primarily serves as a manager of the transaction, communicating information between the parties, just like any agent would, and assist them at arriving at a mutual acceptable agreement and in the closing of the transaction. But they cannot advise or counsel either party on how to gain an advantage over the other. Owners considering working with a transaction broker are advised to sign a written agreement with the firm that clearly states what exactly they're doing in exchange for the money that they're going to be earning. And any transaction brokerage agreement with a seller or landlord should specifically state whether a notice on the property to be rented or sold will or will not be circulated in any or all MLS systems, multiple listing services, in which that firm is a member. Okay, so that's basically it. And then we just get the, if people then give us any pushback on this, we tell them, hey, this is not a contract. It's not, we're providing it for informational purposes only. We're asking you to sign it as an acknowledgement that you've received it only. And if you're working with a seller or the landlord, you basically fill out this section. If you're working with a buyer or a tenant, you fill out this section. You fill out this section always with your information. And then you're going to check off one of these boxes here, one of these boxes of how, as of this time, you intend to work with the client or customer. Seller's agent only, buyer's agent only, seller's agent and disclosed dual agent if that opportunity arises, or buyer's agent only and disclosed dual agent if the opportunity arises, or as a transaction broker only, or as a seller's agent on properties which the firm is acting as a seller's agent and a transaction broker on other properties. And then they date that as well. Okay. Now, when does it make sense to work as a transaction broker? I already spoke about this with you guys once before. Somebody asked a question on this. The transaction broker, say that I have two brokerage firms, a full service brokerage firm. Just say, for instance, we charge 6% all day commission. Okay. We're a full service brokerage firm. But we see that we're losing out on the people, the property owners who do not want to list their properties with us because they don't want to pay all that commission. It's understandable. It's a lot of money. So we open up another brokerage firm. I open up another brokerage firm to cater to the people who don't want to spend a lot of money, who don't want to waste the money on commission, who want to do things themselves, try selling on their own. So I create my own brokerage firm called Low Budget Realty, or forsalebyowners.com, something along those lines, similar to that. That's like what those websites do. Those are actual brokerage firms that cater to people who don't want to pay the high commissions. So we charge them a flat fee. We call these often a la carte agencies. So basically, you're going to pay a flat fee of, say, $600 to get your listing in the MLS. So I'm going to have a contract that's with them as a transaction broker that says, for the fee I'm earning of $600, we're going to put your property in the MLS, and we're going to forward all inquiries and appointments directly to your phone, and you could deal with them. Because that's all we're doing for $600. If you want us to set appointments and stuff, additional fee. You want us to sign, to create contracts, additional fee. So you got to specify what exactly you're doing on your contract when working as a transaction broker for the fees you're earning. In addition to that, you could also pay extra, and we'll give you a real estate sign to put on your front lawn. And for an additional fee, we could also lend you during the listing period one of our digital lock boxes, those blue digital Supra key lock boxes, to put the on your door so that other agents can show your property. But in order to put a listing in the MLS, it's going to be more than that $600 flat fee. You also have to offer what we call broker cooperation, which is some sort of other fee, like at least a percent, 1% of the sales price to the buyer's agent that brings in a buyer. Okay, you have to offer them something. Otherwise, we're not allowed to put properties in the MLS unless there is some sort of a cooperation, a commission offered for them. All right, so that encompasses everything about why we go over the CIS. It explains the different types of ways we could work with the public. And then we went over the informed consent to dual agency for the seller and for the buyer. And we went over transaction brokerage agreements and why it would make sense to work as a transaction broker, and that we'd have to have some sort of a contract in place that says what we're doing in exchange for the money we're earning as a transaction broker. Now, I usually work as a seller's agent only and disclose dual agent if the opportunity arises, or a buyer's agent only and disclose dual agent if the opportunity arises. So that this way, if I'm working with a buyer only, I say, hey, you think you may be interested in maybe seeing one of our company's listings? And at this point, they're going to be like, oh, I don't know. We don't know what you have listed. Okay, so as of right now, I'm going to work with you as a buyer's agent only. But if you're interested in seeing one of our company listings, well, our company's already representing the seller in that transaction. So we're going to be representing both parties in the transaction. Okay. So if you want to see any of our company listings and you want me to represent you, we're also going to need you to sign an informed consent to dual agency agreement, giving us permission to work as a dual agent. Okay. Because we represent our clients always. That's the way that I go about it. Some people, they will only represent one party in the transaction only. But I don't mind dual agency. I know how to keep my mouth shut. And if you tell me something in confidence, I could keep a secret and not go blab it to the other side. And I can treat people fairly and honestly and not place one party's interest above the other. Okay. I think that's about it for the CIS form. First document you give to anyone you intend to do business with. You should even have them at open houses. You intend to do business with anybody that walks in the front door of an open house? Yep. So therefore, this should be there right alongside your business cards and property flyers and your snacks and drinks that you may have set up there for people who come off the street. Okay. So that concludes that portion, that explanation of the CIS, the disclosed dual agency, and the different types of agency. Any questions for me? No?
Not yet.
Very good. Okay, so that was a good long description. I know I was rambling and rambling and rambling, but that's why I need to take a big sip and a breath before I went into it. Okay.
Same.
Very good. Let's carry on. Carry on wayward. All right, so termination of agency. Let's look at it from the listing agent's perspective, shall we? How do we terminate an agency relationship? Well, the agency relationship could be terminated for any of the following reasons: death or incompetency of either party. You're not of sound mind. All right. How could you be in a contract with somebody who's not of sound mind? They're not competent, or they're not of legal age. They're a child, right? That's incompetent. They're incompetent. Destruction or condemnation of the property. The house had a fire. It got destroyed. So that destroys pretty much your agency relationship there now. Well, can you still sell that property? Yeah, but that's a different kind of listing. It's no longer in good shape. It needs to be fixed up, so you can enter into another agreement for that. Expiration of the term of the agency. Your listing expired. Well, renew it. Mutual agreement to terminate the agency. You just agree with the seller to cancel. Renunciation by the, although if you agree with the seller just to cancel the agency, you're going to have to let them know if this is going to be an unconditional release for the listing or not. Because if it's not an unconditional release, then even though you cancel the agency relationship there, it does not cancel the listing agreement. So if the seller still sells the property during the listing term, the original contractual term, they'll still owe your agency a commission. And if they relist with another company and they sell it, they'll owe both of your agencies a commission. See, if you ever have a seller that comes up to you and says, you know what, I changed my mind, I don't want to sell my house no more. Can you take the property off the market? And then you mutually agree to do that. Is it a undisclosed? I'm sorry. What did I just say before? Is it a complete release from the listing, or is there conditions attached? See, people usually don't use this kind of terminology. Here, I got it here. Unconditional. That's the word I was looking for. Is this an unconditional release from the listing or not? If it is not an unconditional release, then even if the seller still sells that property, they owe you a commission. So make sure that if you do cancel that listing with them, you tell them, listen, we're canceling the agency relationship here, and we're withdrawing the listing from the MLS. But this is not an unconditional release. So if you do change your mind and want to sell the property before this original listing agreement expires, you should come back to us to try to market that property, because you'll still owe us the full commission. Just be aware of that. Now, if they ask me, yeah, we're not looking to sell the property anymore, but I just need to make sure, is this an unconditional release? Well, who talks like that? You know anybody who talks like that? No, they just say, yeah, I don't want to sell my house no more. Can you take it off the market? They're not like, excuse me, mister, is this an unconditional release from the listing? Nobody talks like that. That's not normal. To me, that tells me that somebody's being coached, that another agent's injecting themselves in there, may have been whispering sweet little nothings into my client's ear, trying to woo them away from me. So at this point, I'm like, hell no. It will be a conditions release from the listing. So if you do sell that property during the normal listing term, you'll still owe us the full commission. After all, you said you're not looking to sell it anymore. But in the event that some other agent's been whispering sweet little nothings into your ear, trying to woo you away from me, do you have a problem with me? I mean, am I doing something wrong? Is there something I could do to improve my services? Or is it just that another agent came to you and started making all kinds of promises of how they're charging you, how they'll charge you less, and trying to get the listing away from me? Because if that's the case, I would advise you to think twice before doing that, because any agent that does that is knowingly breaking the law, because they know it's illegal to solicit the business of another broker. And if they're so willing to break the law just to get the listing, how soon do you think that they're going to throw you under the bus, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, just so that they can make the deal happen so that they could earn the commission? You got to take that into consideration. So, I mean, if that's happening, let me know and I can have a talk with the agent and, I could get them off your back. They won't contact you again. But just let me know who they are and give me their information. I'll give them a buzz. Okay. And you don't have to deal with them anymore. And trust me, they won't call you again. But is that what's going on? So that's the way I like to have the conversation with them, and hopefully they'll give me that information. And then I'm going to report them to the real estate commission, and I'm going to file a formal complaint against them, because they're soliciting. It's against the law to solicit the business of another broker. You know how against the law it is? If you're sending out postcards in the mail or any kind of solicitation in the mail, have you guys ever gotten something in the mail from a real estate agent?
Mhm.
Any kind of solicitation?
Yes.
Next time you get one, take a look at the bottom of it. I guarantee somewhere there in the bottom it says, please disregard this offer if your property is already listed with another broker. At minimum, it'll say something like that. That is the disclosure that basically says it is not our intention to solicit the business of another broker. And if your property is already listed, we know you're already working with another broker. So please disregard this offer because it's not our intent to solicit your business. See, if a real estate agent sends you a solicitation and it does not have at minimum that kind of disclosure there at the bottom to disregard this offer if your property's already listed, then they are intentionally soliciting the business of another broker, and they could get in trouble for that. You could be fined for that. You could have actions against your license for that. So once again, another reason to make sure your brokers review any marketing materials before you put them out there in a public domain, including mailings. Okay. Renunciation by the agent. The agent can just decide to cancel the listing, or renunciation by the principal. The owner can just decide. But remember, you tell them that they still owe us a commission, and if they sell it on their own or relist the property before that original listing expires. Bankruptcy of either party. Well, what's the purpose of bankruptcy? To get people out of contractual obligations, not to enter new ones. So here's a way to terminate an agency relationship if they filed bankruptcy. Or completion or fulfillment for the purpose which the agency was created. Congratulations, you sold their house, move on with your life. There's no more reason for an agency relationship there. Okay, so often you'll get some sort of a question on exam about termination of agency. What are the different ways you can terminate an agency relationship? And there you go. And there's a list. This list is actually on page 48. So put a highlighted box around it like I got right now. It's right smack in the middle of the page on 48. Termination of agency. But I made a few other notes here. I typed this in. Cancellation by the owner. That they still owe us a commission even if they sell on their own before the original listing expires, unless the agent gave an unconditional release from the listing. And then under bankruptcy of either party, there's different kinds of bankruptcy. It gets you out of contractual obligations. So you guys think that's an important question to ask sellers if you get a listing appointment? You think that's an important question to ask before you ever even go to their house? Is your property currently in distress? That's an important question to ask before you set up an appointment to go do any work or visit a client for a listing. Is your property currently under distress, in distress? What does that mean? Are you currently in bankruptcy? Did you recently file for bankruptcy, or are you about to file for bankruptcy? Are you going through a divorce? Are you behind on your mortgage payments? Are you in danger of foreclosure? Now, some of those instances where we could still sell the property, it's just we need to know so that we could take a different approach on how we're going to do it and how we're going to price it. But if you're in bankruptcy, we know right off the bat, 99.999999999% of the time, you're not going to be able to sell their house if the person's in bankruptcy. Not unless you're in that super duper 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 rare situation where the court discharged the real estate as an asset of the bankruptcy, which is usually never the case. Okay. Okay, when we have the buyer as the principal, we use a written employment contract called an exclusive buyer's agency agreement, or you should at least. Most agents out there, for some reason, do not. I actually turned this, you know how when you're offering buyer's rebates, you need to have it in writing? I actually turned an exclusive buyer's agency agreement. I added all of the buyer's rebate contract wording onto that. I combined them. So I have one contract that's the exclusive buyer's agency agreement, as well as the rebate agreement there. You know, if you want a rebate, you know, well, you're only going to get it through me, so you might as well sign the exclusive buyer agency agreement anyway, right? Another reason to offer rebates too, right? Try to get those buyers to be exclusive to you and not to be cheating on you, you know? Payment of the fee does not create the agency. The contract does. Okay, CIS form, disclose dual agency agreements, exclusive buyer agency agreements, or a listing agreement. The payment options are retainer fee, flat fee, from a commission split with the agent, or payment per showing. Although that's not common here in New Jersey. That dual agency would be when either agent is representing both the buyer and seller in the transaction, or your agency is with two agents from the same company. So it's not necessarily just you representing both the seller and the buyer. It could be you're representing one of them and another agent from your office is representing the other. Either way, your agency is representing both parties in the transaction. That's dual agency. So there's nothing wrong with that dual agency as long as it's properly disclosed. Am I hammering that in enough yet?
Yeah.
You think you may need to know it. So you cannot place one client's interest above another's if one agency is representing both parties as a dual agent. Salespeople must remain neutral when acting as dual agent, and agents cannot provide the highest level of loyalty or disclosure when acting as dual agent because you can't place that party's interest above another or disclose any information that you come across as privilege, you know, by dealing with both parties. All right, so page 49, there's 4 versions of the informed consent to dual agency agreement. So let's just highlight, while dual agency itself is not illegal, undisclosed dual agency is. And I wrote at the top here, there are 4 versions of the form informed consent to dual agency. One of them is on page 51, and that's for the seller. I just showed you in that little presentation I did the one for the seller and the one for the buyer. There's one for a landlord and there's one for a tenant. All right. So dual agency and conflict of interest. Surveys consistently reveal that a large majority of the buying public thinks that they're being represented by the selling broker. But even worse, some brokers have the same impression. The agents don't know themselves. So New Jersey license law forbids an agent to represent both parties except with the informed written consent of disclosed dual agency. So a common situation may occur where let's just say you have a listing and you're there hosting an open house and somebody walks in off the street as a buyer. You start encouraging them with all kinds of advice, asking their situation, how long they've been shopping for a house, have they been pre-approved for a loan yet? What are they looking for in a house? Da, 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 da. You're giving them all this encouragement and advice. They start to believe that you're representing them now. Well, wait a minute. They walked into an open house. Who are you representing? The seller.
Nice.
So
Nice.
this is why before you start talking to them, first thing you got to give to them is the CIS form. You got to let them know who you're representing in this transaction. Right now, we're representing the seller and disclose dual agent opportunity if the opportunity arises. And you're walking in the door, you want us to represent you too? Okay, well, we'll be a disclosed dual agent then before you start telling us all your details. Now, if you enter into a transaction with somebody now that in that regard, and you never signed this, you never gave them the CIS, you never had them sign an informed consent to dual agency, you're under contract now. Okay, who cares? We're already past it. We're under contract, right? Now the deal falls apart for some reason due to no fault of your own. Deals fall apart all the time. Let's say the deal falls apart, no fault of yours. People always look to point the finger and blame somebody. They may want to sue you. But you don't got no reason to sue me. I didn't do anything wrong. Sure you did. What'd you do wrong?
You didn't disclose the
Disclose
CIS.
the CIS.
You
Yep.
did not give the CIS. You did not have them sign an informed consent to dual agency. Therefore, you violated the law. And if they hire a lawyer, all you got to do is get a lawyer to get you up on stand there now. And when they're suing you and they say, let me ask you a question. Did you have to take a real estate class of some sort to learn about the basics of real estate before you got your license to get into business? Now, when you got your license, did they go over certain kinds of forms and disclosures you're required to to the public? What about this one? Have you ever heard of this one? It's called the CIS, the Consumer Information Statement. Could you explain to the court what that's about, and why you need to give that to the public, and when you need to give it to them, and what the reasoning is behind that? Mm-hmm. What about the informed consent to dual agency? Is that when you're supposed to be when your company's representing both parties in the transaction, you got to give that to them? And what's the purpose for that? Okay. Now, why is it that you took advantage of my client? What do you mean you didn't take advantage of them? You just said to the court that you're required to give these disclosures. You learned this as in real estate 101 class before you ever got your license. Any beginner knows this stuff. Now you're in the real estate industry. You intentionally did not give this to my clients. You didn't give them the CIS form. You did not disclose to them your agency was representing both parties in the transaction. And you did that so you could take advantage of my client. And the jury's like, yep, that's what that agent did. They're dirty dog, We're going to award this person because they took advantage. They knew they had to do that. They learned that in school, So a judge just does it, an attorney just explains it like that and walks you through there seeming all friendly, and then they turn a script on you automatically. Boom, you're the bad guy, So always get people to sign this because that's all it takes in order to get a judgment against you in a court. Somebody just reading the rules out and showing that guiding you to the fact that you violated them, and now that you took advantage of somebody because you didn't do something you were supposed to. Why did you conceal that information from my client if you weren't taking advantage of them? How come you kept it from them that you were representing both parties in the transaction? Then they could start getting nasty with you too. You all seen those court TVs and the drama programs on TV, right? All right, so dual agency. Okay, here's that sample dual agency agreement again. This is the same one I read to you and I showed up on screen a little while ago. The conflict of interest, we just spoke about it. You go to that open house, the person thinks pretty soon that you're representing them. Yeah, this is all this talks about here. So negotiations and compromise are often necessary in transactions, and claims of damages could occur if a transaction falls through if it's no fault of your own, like I just explained. If you never did something you're supposed to do and disclose that dual agency. Agents purchasing a seller's property without disclosing the fact that they're an agent. Agents purchasing that property without disclosing the true value of the property. That could be sticky and comes into play sometimes when you see that the seller doesn't know what they got and how much their property is really worth. And you're there to do a listing presentation to get a listing, and you find this out, then you take advantage of them. You decide, hey, you know what? I'm not going to tell them. As a matter of fact, I'm going to make an offer to buy the property from them, never even take the listing. Well, they could come back and sue you later if they find out you took advantage of them, because even though you didn't sign any paperwork with them to represent them yet, you're already there at a listing agreement, and the intention of that was an implied representation that you had to still treat them fairly and honestly, and you did not. So remember, even people we don't represent, we got to treat fairly and honestly, and you took advantage of them in that situation. So that's not good. And agents selling their own property also have to disclose the fact that they're that they're an agent. Agents that have an indirect interest in a transaction, like you're helping your brother, your sister, your mother, your father, or some other close relative, or you're a member of an organization and you're helping that organization sell or buy a property. You have to disclose the relationship of the parties in that transaction. And I usually do that in the contract itself. All right. So here is on page 50, those scenarios, or some of those scenarios, like with the Boy Scouts committee, or helping somebody buy a property that you know is a family member, or what have you, or buying a property before you let the seller know the actual value of it. Under conflict of interest, I just put a little bracket around this. Not that you need to study this for exam, but it's important to know. So I just put on these two paragraphs here on page 50, I just put that bracket around it. Those are the last two paragraphs on the page 50. Then we'll go to page 52. Let's start talking about material information. This is importante stuff, importante. So material information. What is material information? I don't like the book's definitions. Actually, let me take a look, because the book this new version may have changed their definition a little bit. So let's see. Material information is defined as physical condition, reasonable personal attack. Yeah, I still don't like their definition. But here, I like my definition better. Material information is any information usually about the physical condition of the property that could affect the buyer's decision in purchasing or the buyer's ability to get financing. Okay, so material information usually deals with the property and the property's physical condition, but sometimes it could pertain to the buyer, like the buyer's ability to get the financing. Is that material information that the seller would want to know if they could actually get a loan and to keep their property off the market for them? Yeah, sure, certainly is. So sometimes that's a question on exam, because a lot of agents or students forget that. They only think of material information that it deals with the physical condition of the property, but it also, the seller can have material information about the buyer here. Now, material information is not necessarily negative stuff about the property. It's about the physical condition. Let me ask you, so it's any information about the physical condition of the property that could affect the buyer's decision in purchasing. Could how many bedrooms and bathrooms a house has affect a buyer's decision in purchasing? Sure. If there's a garage or not, if it's attached or detached, could that affect the buyer's decision in purchasing?
Yes.
If it has electricity in it, what type of heating system is in the house? What type of heating fuel is used to heat the house? Could that affect your decision in purchasing a house if it's on oil heat versus gas heat or propane or wood stove or what have you? Sure, certainly can. The architectural style, could that affect your decision in purchasing? Well, then it's material information. We as real estate licensees are required to investigate and disclose all material information that can be discovered about a property. And it's not necessarily just about negative things and problems. You know, there's nothing negative about this stuff. It's just you're disclosing the physical characteristics. And those traits may not be desirable by some buyers. They may want something else. You know, some buyers may want an architectural style like a ranch style house where everything's on one floor because maybe they're wheelchair bound or they can't climb stairs very well. You know, this is great for older folks too. You know, they don't like going up and down the stairs. There's a trip hazard, falling hazard, or maybe they can't physically do it. So, you know, it's not that there's anything wrong with houses that got stairs. It's just that it's not good for them, you know? So that's material information. Material information is not negative stuff. It is just things about the house. They could be negative, they could be positive, but either way, you're just disclosing the physical traits of the property. Now, the seller must disclose material information and defects that they're aware of the property, such as improvements or defects. What's included or excluded from the sale. And we usually disclose this at the time of listing in something that we call a seller's property condition disclosure report. Now, our New Jersey Association of Realtors put together a standard seller's property condition disclosure report for us to use for our convenience. But nothing in the law says you got to use that one or use any form per se. The law just states that sellers are required to disclose any known problems about the property and material information. It doesn't say specifically how they're supposed to do it. And because it doesn't, there are a few brokers, very few, but I know a few brokers out there that say, well, we're not going to do it at all. You know, until they come up with a day that there's a standardized form where they all disclose the same stuff, because I've seen some people got a form that got a lot of questions, some with a few questions. We're not going to disclose anything unless they ask. You know, why you got a chip on your shoulder? What's the beef there, dude? You're supposed to disclose this stuff. Well, you know, so but you know, that's the attitude some people got sometimes. But I'm going to actually show you now the seller's property condition disclosure report. This is actually a link to it in the shared Google Drive because I have it in that supplemental materials folder. But I'm not going to open it up from the shared Google Drive because then it would be within a browser window and it would look even smaller for you here on screen in this presentation. So I'm going to open up that form from my hard drive. So give me a second to find it. What am I looking for? Oh, seller's property condition disclosure. And then. I think I got to update. I think I got to download a newer one. I think there may be a newer one available for this, but either way, okay. Let's take a look and see the seller's property condition disclosure report. There we go. Can you see it?
Oh, yes.
Okay, so this is the seller's property condition disclosure report. It was created by New Jersey Realtors. They dropped the word association. They don't call themselves New Jersey Association of Realtors anymore. Now they're just New Jersey Realtors. And it's pretty easy to fill out. We're not supposed to fill it out, by the way. We give it to the owners for them to fill out. But there's this part that we could fill out. We could put the property address there, and then we can have them put their names in. All the owners' names. And it says here in this disclosure that the purpose of this disclosure is to disclose to the sellers, to the best of the seller's knowledge, the property condition of the property as of the date set forth below. The seller is aware that he or she is under an obligation to disclose any known material defects in the property, even if not addressed in this printed form. Seller alone is the source of all information contained in this form, and all prospective buyers of the property are cautioned to carefully inspect the property and to carefully inspect the surrounding area for any off-site conditions that may adversely affect their property. Moreover, this disclosure statement is not intended to be a substitute for prospective buyers' hiring of a qualified expert in inspecting the property, a New Jersey licensed home inspector. if the property consists of multiple units, systems or features, please provide complete answers about all the units, systems, and or features, even if the questions are phrased in the singular, such as would a duplex or multiple furnaces, water heaters, and fireplaces. Okay, so let's take a look at it just real quick. There are questions here. Now, you could create your own version of this form if you wanted to, but they got this here for your convenience. They got questions here about the occupancy of the house. Now, the answer options are yes, no, or unknown. You think you could hack filling that out all on your own, Mr. or Mrs. Seller, right? Now, if the question is something like this, what is the age of the house, if known? Well, you put down the age of the house, either the year that it was built or how old it is in years. Does the seller occupy the property? If not, how long has it been since the seller did occupy the property? I mean, yes, no, unknown, and then they may ask for additional information here. So we got questions here like this about occupancy, about the roof, about attics, basements, and crawl spaces. We've got questions about termites, wood destroying insects, dry rot, and pests. By the way, you're going to tell I usually give this form to the sellers at the time I'm filling out the listing paperwork at their table there. So it's kind of like giving a kid crayons and a coloring book to keep them out of your hair while you're filling out your paperwork. Okay. This will keep them preoccupied for a while reading these questions and answering them. Okay. And just make sure you tell them to fully fill out this form and answer all the questions to the best of their ability and to be honest. Because if they lie or they don't disclose something, courts can hold them liable for triple the actual cost of the damages if a buyer decides to sue you later on and they find out that you lied or did not disclose something. So if you actually, by me asking you as the seller to fill out this form and be honest on it, I'm actually trying to protect your interest here. I'm trying to limit your liability in the event that there is a lawsuit. Now, nothing can prevent somebody in the future from suing you, but at least I could try to limit your liability. And my knowledge tells me that you're required to disclose this stuff. And you got to be honest and fully disclose. Don't lie and don't leave anything out. Because if you do and they sue you later, the courts can hold you liable for triple the actual cost of the damages that are incurred. But if you fill this out and you're honest and somebody still sues you later on, the worst case scenario, they could be awarded actual cost of damages, but not triple. Okay. So there's questions here about termites, wood destroying insects, dry rots, and pests. Structural questions, questions about any additions and remodels. I could come up with a lot more than 2 questions on that. Questions about plumbing, water, and sewage. Questions about heating and air conditioning systems, wood burning stoves and fireplaces, electrical system questions, questions about the land, such as soil, drainage, and boundary issues, environmental hazards, questions about deed restrictions, special designations, homeowner associations, condominiums, and co-ops. And then a bunch of miscellaneous questions, which I could come up with pages of that, but they only have a handful of questions here on that. Questions about radon gas. This is the only one I really help them with. I always tell them to check off no. What am I asking them to check off no about here? I'm not asking them to lie. I'm asking them, this question here is asking whether they're giving their real estate agent permission to disclose any knowledge or reports they have about radon gas. I don't want them giving me that permission to do this, because instead, if a buyer's interested in the property, I'm going to tell them, for your protection, get a home inspection. All right. So why am I doing that? It's not that I'm hiding anything, but I want them to get their own home inspection, because radon gas is something that comes from deteriorating radioactive rock and soil. And as it breaks down over the millions of years, it starts to release this radioactive gas that does cause cancer. But we just who knows when's the last time the seller had an inspection for this? It could have been years and years and years ago. So their report is kind of irrelevant. So I don't want them giving me permission to disclose that. So I'm not going to disclose any of that. So I'm just going to tell buyers, for your protection, get a home inspection. And then once they do put an offer in writing anyway, then we have to disclose it, any knowledge or reports that we have. This is just prior to them putting any offers in. Do we disclose any of that information? So I'll check off no there. And then they have to answer these questions. Then there's questions about major appliances or other items that may be included or excluded from the sale as well. But there's questions about these other items. You know, garage door openers, smoke detectors, pools, other kinds of systems or things that are in the house. Questions about solar panel systems. A lot of questions about that. Lead plumbing questions. Water intrusion questions. Okay. And then an acknowledgement by the seller to sign. If the seller's dead, then the executor, administrator, or trustee would sign and fill out this form. Yeah, I know they never lived there. They know nothing about the house. Well, that's okay. Then just check off no. You don't know anything about it. Unknown, 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 right? It still limits your liability. Receipt and acknowledgement by the prospective buyer. So now the buyer signs and dates as well. And then both real estate agents do. Now, you as a real estate agent, if you're the listing agent, you get the seller to fill this out. After they fill it out, then you take this, you go over this form and you ask them questions, or you go through the house to investigate yourself to the best of your ability to ascertain and make sure that that information is accurate. Okay. And by doing so, you're limiting their liability in the event of a lawsuit. Okay. You guys are awfully quiet today. All right, so
I'm just over here chomping on my breakfast.
What's that?
Oh, I'm quiet because I'm chomping on my breakfast.
Oh, okay. Licensees must investigate and disclose all material information and defects, even those that may be readily apparent. So basically, if there's a water stain on the ceiling, and here, let's take it a step further. There's a water stain on the ceiling in the closet. You don't just walk a buyer by it because you're aware of that stain on the ceiling in the closet. You know that there used to be a leak, and the seller told you that that leak was fixed, but there's still that water stain on the ceiling. The stain itself is a problem, okay? So you don't just walk a seller by the closet and try to scoot them by it without. Instead, what you got to do is you got to guide them to the closet, open the door, and point at the ceiling. Show them that there's a water stain there. See, you're not hiding anything, okay? By disclosing all of this information, you're not being party to that concealment of these facts, okay? So we are required to investigate and disclose all material information, even that information that's not readily apparent, like that water stain in the closet or other issues like radon gas and things like that. All right, so let's just copy all these highlights, and then we're going to move on to the next slideshow that's going to explain them a little bit better, or the next slide that will explain them a little bit better. Let me know when you got it. And we're going to go to the next slide, and you're going to do some more highlights there. And then the following slide will have a full explanation of all these terms and stuff. So just do all these highlights and write the notes here that says material defect and next to this highlight.
Ready when you are.
Yeah.
There you go. Do these highlights now. Guys, got it?
I'm good.
Okay, so material information. Here's one slide. I put it all on one slide here for ya. Material information is any information about the physical condition of a property that could affect the buyer's decision in purchasing. It could also be defects, but it's also things that are not. For example, how many bedrooms, how many baths, type of heating system, type of cooling system, type of heating fuel that's used, number of bedrooms, number of baths, is there a garage or not, what type of roof there is, the size of the lot, the architectural style, all of this stuff. Is there a basement or isn't there? Are they on public utilities or is it a septic system and well water, and whether a buyer can obtain financing or not. These are all considered material information characteristics, and they're usually about the physical condition, except for that last one with the buyer's ability to pay. So material information is not necessarily a negative thing, but material defect is. What is a defect? A defect is a problem. So a defect is a problem with the property. So material information is any problem that can be discovered by an ordinary visual inspection. If you bother to look around, you could uncover it. Like a crack in the foundation or beams, water sitting on the floor in the basement, or there's mold on the walls, water stains on the ceiling or sloping floors. You move from one side of the room, you walk across the room, one side of the room to the other, and you're going downhill. That's an indication there may be a problem. Unused heating oil tank in the basement. When you're on gas, they say it's gas fuel, but there's an oil tank in the basement. That may indicate there's a problem of some sort. There's a tank in the basement. You got to get it removed. Now, on the other hand, latent defects, the word latent means hidden. A latent defect is a hidden defect, one that's not discoverable by an ordinary visual inspection. Um, so examples of this would be ephes stucco, in-ground oil tanks, water leaks that may not be apparent because you see it maybe, for example, you see the water stain on the ceiling. Is that an active water leak or not? I mean, if you don't see water dripping from it at this very moment, it may be a dry day. Who knows? I don't know. Is that leak still active or has it been repaired? Well, further investigations required to look into it. You know, it may be a dry day, and so the roof isn't wet, so we don't know. We got to look further into it. The rotted sheathing behind walls, termite mud tubes that may not be readily visible, radon gas. You know, you can't tell if somebody has radon gas in their house. It's an invisible, odorless, tasteless gas. There's testing. You have to take air samples, send it off to a laboratory. Now, we don't do this. The home inspector does, okay? But these are considered latent defects. And if the seller is aware of them, they have to disclose them. All right. You guys want to find out if a house ever had an issue or problem and there was an insurance claim placed on the property? You guys know how to do that?
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you how. All right. You ready for this? Get a clue. I'm not being a wise ass. Look, there's actually something called a clue report. Okay. A clue report, it's kind of like a Carfax for your house. Anytime that there was an insurance claim that was filed on a property, it is put out in the database. It's kept in a database that the insurance companies used, and the report that's run is called the clue report. Now, only the homeowners can actually request it. They already know, though, if they got a problem with the property, but that would only be of interest to a buyer. So how does a buyer get their hands on such a report? Well, before you buy a house, you have to get homeowners insurance. You're not going to be able to close on it. So have the buyer just call up their insurance company and say, hey, listen, I'm thinking about buying this house. I want to find out how much insurance is going to cost on it. Now, when the insurance company, before they give you a quote, they actually run a clue report. Kind of like with a car to see if it was already in an accident or not before they give you the insurance quote, right? So they run this clue report. So what you could do is when you call up to get a quote on the insurance, have the buyer also ask the insurance company if they could get a copy of the clue report that they're running. Now, the insurance agent's probably going to be shocked that they even know what it means, you know, or what it is, that they know that it exists. But as being a better agent, you would advise your clients to do this so that you can find out this information. Now you're doing stuff now that most other agents out there do not do because they may be completely unaware of it. If you guys ask other agents, ask them, do they know what a clue report is? What is a clue report? They probably don't have a clue. See, I'm teaching you something to be a better agent here. Okay. Now, here is something else that will be on your state exam, but it is nowhere written in this book by name. They describe it, but they don't explain it by name. So having this slide to study from is good. It's something called a stigmatizing factor. Now, a stigmatizing factor is something that does not affect the physical condition of the property. Okay, so this could affect the value and saleability of the property, though. There are unpleasant events like rape, murder, suicide, home invasion, and robberies. They don't affect the physical condition of the property, but if people are aware of them, it could affect their desire to want to buy it. Would you want to buy a house that somebody was just murdered in, or somebody was just raped and murdered in? Probably not. You know, but why not? There's nothing wrong with the house. The physical condition of the house, there's nothing wrong with it. See, this is what we call a stigmatizing factor. The house has been stigmatized by what has happened there. So it makes it no longer desirable by people because of the events that have happened there. So stigmatizing factor are unpleasant events like rape, murder, suicide, home invasion, robberies, things like that, that they don't affect the physical condition of the property, but they do affect its value and desirability. Now, if somebody from the public asks us and we have knowledge, we are required to be honest and disclose the knowledge we have about these stigmatizing factors, but we're not required to volunteer such information. And I would say use caution before you do try to volunteer such information to the public, because you have to evaluate how would that affect your fiduciary duties to the client, to the seller. Okay, so be careful about that. Now, we're going to go over a couple examples of stigmatizing factors here. Well, here's another slide about just on the words, the definition of stigmatizing factor. It's an unpleasant event like rape, murder, suicide, home invasion. Doesn't affect the property's physical condition, but it can affect its value and saleability. It is not considered a stigmatizing factor if a house does not appraise for the purchase price. That's unfortunate, but it's not stigmatizing. We need to be able to point out on exams. You may get an example. They'll give you a bunch of examples, and they'll say which one of these is or is not a stigmatizing factor. So you need to not just study the definition. You need to understand and be able to point out what a stigmatizing factor is. Okay, now here's an example of a stigmatizing factor. It happens in all towns. This one happened in Westfield. Very desirable, Ritchie town.
We're going to turn now to that major development involving a home we have reported on here before and the disturbing letters sent to the family who bought it. The family bought their dream home in New Jersey, never moving in after getting frightening letters from someone calling themselves the Watcher. Now the family has finally found someone. I got everyone's attention here. Someone's going to buy that house. Gio Benitez is here with more. Hey, Gio.
Hey, David, good morning. Yeah, for years, so many thought nobody would buy this house because of all that negative publicity with those threatening letters. But this morning, we know the family has finally gotten rid of it by taking a major financial loss. This morning, ABC News has learned the New Jersey family, allegedly terrorized by creepy letters from someone named the Watcher, has finally sold the house that started their nightmare. Derek and Maria Broadus bought this idyllic home in Westfield, New Jersey for $1.3 million back in 2014, but they say a stranger kept them from moving in by sending letters like this. I watch and wait for the day the young blood will be mine again, and I pass by many times a day. You know I will be watching.
I've lived here my whole life, so yeah, it was a pretty big shocker.
Now, 5 years later, the family's selling the property that they've never lived in, that has haunted them for years, taking a loss, selling it for $400,000 less than they paid for it.
And paying the taxes during that whole time. And the taxes in Westfield ain't cheap, especially on a house that expensive. So let me ask you the question with this paused on screen here. Can a stigmatizing factor affect the value? Even though it doesn't affect the physical condition of the property. They just sold this house for 400 grand less.
Pay for it. We spoke with their attorney in the midst of their ordeal.
That's a great house. This is a total tragedy and nightmare for my clients.
The Watcher's letters describing anger about renovations to the home and detailing the movements of the family and their kids. One letter saying, all of the windows and doors allow me to watch you and track you as you move through the house.
From day one, they've been trying to solve this case. They hired a forensic linguist to take a look at the letters and see if there were any patterns. They scoured the internet looking for clues.
But despite years of investigations, and while authorities did discover some DNA evidence, they never found enough to charge a suspect.
You would think that they spend all that money that they couldn't just afford getting a Ring doorbell. You know, take a video camera on it, a security system, you know, where you can catch these people. You know, there's no cameras out there on this house. You know, that would be like the first thing I'd say, get a security system with cameras and stuff. By the way, if this may sound a little familiar to you, Netflix actually bought the rights to their story and created a Netflix series about it called The Watcher. I was
It was
waiting.
good.
You thought it was good?
I liked it.
it was kind of weird and strange, but it was based on this story here from New Jersey. Although, you know, that mansion that they used there in the Watcher series, a lot of that was actually filmed on I think it was Long Island, or was it Martha's Vineyard, one of those places where they actually filmed it, because they showed the house like on the beach or whatever, you know, which Westfield is nowhere near the beach or the water, you know, but it was really weird because then they turned it into like devil worshiping neighbors that wanted to eat kids or some kind of nonsense like that. I forget. There was some weird element to it like that. That kind of like jumped the shark for me, and I stopped watching it after that. I was like, this is kind of dopey, you know. But they bought that license for the story from these people and this situation they had with the house. Now, my understanding is they didn't pay so much for it that it was able to cover their loss, though. So there's that.
Police department conducted an exhaustive investigation. Such efforts have not, however, yielded information leading to charges being filed.
In an interview with New York Magazine last year, Derek comparing the ordeal to cancer, saying, "We think about it every day."
They wanted to get rid of the house because they knew it was going to be this burden. They knew they weren't going to move in. From there, the next thing they want more than anything is to know who did this.
And we're told the family.
Now, does that house look anything like the one you saw in the Netflix series? No, that Netflix series one was a mansion and a half. What was that? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
I don't remember.
Oh, yeah,
No, it's okay. I don't remember what.
Yeah, the house that they had in that Netflix series, The Watcher, that was a mansion and a half. This house is like a visitor's shack compared to that house that they actually used in the Netflix series. I guess that's a tax write-off for them when they use a house like that, right? For a movie.
Who did this? And we're told the family still lives in Westfield after staying with family a few blocks away from the Watcher house. Now they've bought a new home, and they hope this one brings them peace of mind.
Listen.
But what an ordeal.
We don't know anything about the new owners.
No, not yet.
Hopefully they're not watching.
Yeah.
You want to keep them in that home. I'm sure they have full disclosure. At least I hope they did.
Whoa. You hear that? You hear what he just said? I'm sure they had full disclosure, or at least I hope they did. Who's required to disclose this? Are we required to disclose that this was happening on a property? Do we have to?
The owner.
Do they have to disclose it?
Yes.
They do not. It's not a physical condition.
Oh.
They're only required to disclose material defects or latent defects. This doesn't qualify as either. There's no problem with the house. This is a stigmatizing factor. It has nothing to do with the actual house. So noisy neighbors, creepy neighbors, weirdos in the neighborhood harassing you. This does not affect the physical condition of the property. We're not required to investigate or disclose such information, and neither is the homeowner. However, if a buyer asks specific questions about something like this, we would be required to be honest with them and answer the questions if we have knowledge about it. So usually when I'm getting a listing from somebody, I tell them, listen, if there's any social problems or issues with neighbors or anything like that, any stigmatizing factors, I don't want to know about it. Because if you tell me about it, now I have knowledge about it. And if somebody asks me, I'm required by law to be honest and disclose it to them. You're not required to disclose stigmatizing factors, and it's only going to hurt you in the long run. So, don't tell me about it. Don't ask, don't tell, with that stigmatizing factor issue. Now, if a buyer asks me and I say, oh, I don't know, and then they ask if I could look into it, I'll be like, sorry, that's a little bit beyond the scope of my job. My job here is to look for the house that meets your criteria with the school systems and all that other stuff. I wouldn't know where to begin to try to find out if a property has some sort of stigmatizing factor of some sort, what if somebody ever asked you, did anybody ever die in this house? Can you find out for me? Well, how would I find that out? I, I'm sorry, that's beyond the scope of my expertise. I wouldn't know where to begin to look. I
Yeah.
guess if that's of interest to you, you could go down to the local police station maybe and do inquiries with them. But quite frankly, I really don't know even where to look with that. And that's a little bit beyond the scope of the real estate sales business here. So sorry, I can't help you with that. Okay, don't even get involved with it. But look, if you have knowledge about this, that this was going on, and somebody asks you, well, first of all, how would they ask you? I mean, they could ask you, are you aware of any stigmatizing factors with the house? Well, that's definitely a stigmatizing factor. Now you'd have to disclose it. But most people don't even know that word, stigmatizing factor. So, what are they going to ask you? Is there some creepy person that's putting weird notes, harassing notes in your mailbox and harassing you? I mean, how would anybody ever even ask the question, But now if you're shopping for a house, ask the real estate agent straight out. Just ask them, are you aware of any stigmatizing factors with this property? That encompasses all kinds of weird crap that does not affect the physical condition of the property. Just by asking the question like that, because that's this stigmatizing factor. Just like this next one.
We're going to turn that.
You want drama? Ooh, you like it for TV. I know you do. Tell me this lady. We're not going to watch this whole thing because this thing takes forever. But this is a weird story. This one was in California, but this is definitely a stigmatizing factor too. Now, there's another story I know of too that was somewhere like in Minnesota that was very interesting. And I looked. I actually found a news video for it, but I couldn't download the video from the news website. And now it's taken down, so I can't find it. So I can't get it anymore. But there was a news story I used to show the video streaming from the website about where a real estate agent was hired by a bank's asset manager that just foreclosed on a property because the owner wasn't paying their bills and stuff. They had the real estate agent go over there to change the locks, to get the locks changed, and to go inspect the property, make sure the condition, the property was sealed up, and to report back on the condition and such. And they found that there was a car in the garage. They got information about the car. They even opened up the car door to see if they could check the mileage on it or not, but the battery was dead. Then that was that. Okay, now they come back again for the actual listing to take pictures of the house and all that stuff. And that's when they made a gruesome discovery. That car, in the back seat, the owner was dead. Yeah, the real estate agent found it. Okay. Now, it was a weird story. It was especially weird because her body was mummified. Now, when we think of mummification, we think of the Egypt and the pharaohs where they wrap the bodies in the cloth or whatever to mummify them. Well, there's also such a thing called natural mummification with people's bodies. Sometimes their skin hardens and they look like mummies, and it's perfectly preserved. Although it's blown up and inflated, and your family members probably wouldn't recognize them. But it's a weird thing called a weird occurrence of natural mummification. So what happened here with this lady is investigations now started taking place. They're like, wait a minute, this lady was dead for years in the back seat of her car in her garage. Was this murder? Was this suicide? Was it something natural? What happened here? So now the police are getting involved. They tow the car out of there. They start interviewing the neighbors. How did nobody know that this lady was dead? Well, the neighbors were good. They know that she worked and she basically kept to herself, but she worked. She often traveled. And when she was away, the neighbors would cut her grass for her and shovel her snow, helping her out, because they knew she would be away. And they haven't seen her in a long time, but they're there maintaining her house for her. In the meantime, she's dead in her garage, what a lonely life. Nobody knows that you're dead, So it was that's kind of a sad story. She didn't even communicate with her own family members that often, that they didn't know for years that she was dead until a real estate agent found out. Now, her property got foreclosed on because she her property was getting mortgage payments were getting made, tax payments were getting made, everything through through her bank accounts, automatic payments. But when that money ran dry in the bank account, that's when the foreclosure notices came in and all that stuff, and she eventually got foreclosed on, and the bank took ownership. The real estate agent got involved. That's how they found her body. That's a shame. But would you want to buy a house where somebody's body was found in the garage? Once again, or it could be another house like happened in Westfield, New Jersey, another one in the rich town of Westfield, New Jersey, that happened in the 70s. Remember the story about John List? He was the first criminal that was captured on America's Most Wanted. Remember that TV show, America's Most Wanted? It's actually coming back on air again. But it started with John List and the List family. Look into it. They actually made movies about it. John List, he had a house in Westfield, New Jersey, and I forget what his job title was, but or what he did. He got cutbacks on his job. He wasn't going to be making the money he made anymore. Eventually, he got laid off. He wasn't going to have the money anymore coming in. He wouldn't be able to keep that family's standards up so high, and they would have to sell the house and downgrade and move to a poor people's neighborhood. And he didn't want his children to have to go to those schools and be subjected to what goes on in those poor school districts and such. So to try to save his family of those burdens, he murdered them all. He killed his kids, his wife, and his mother-in-law, and laid their bodies out on the floor in the living room. Then he disappeared and made a new life for himself somewhere else, got himself a new wife, and started a new family. And so something like, what was it, 20, 30 years later, watching America's Most Wanted, that first episode of America's Most Wanted, they showed John List and his story. They showed his picture, and then they did something new that was called age progression, where they showed what he may look like today. And his new wife, was watching it on TV and said, "That's my husband." And she called up and she reported it, and that's how he got caught. And then that was heard. They arrested him, and that was actually heard in the Elizabeth courthouse. That's where the story went down. If you never heard of this before, look it up. It's a fascinating story. But here's another one, and this is a very interesting stigmatizing factor story.
It needed work, but don't we all? When the single-story house with a pool in San Diego's Carmel Valley came up for sale, a lot of families wanted it. Married couple Jerry Rice and Janice Bruder got it. This woman, Kathy Rowe, then a 50-year-old unassuming wife and mother, was among those who didn't get the house. That just didn't seem right. At least if you were Kathy Rowe, it didn't.
I had put so much hope into this house. I walked in, it was my house.
Yeah, but it wasn't your house.
No, but it felt like the house I always wanted to own. And when I found out we didn't get it, it was devastating. It was heartbreaking. It was almost like the loss of a loved one. It was that critical to me.
Kathy Rowe had a job with the county, had a very ill husband, she said, and had a Mother of the Year award for being the sole caregiver looking after their severely disabled daughter, Rachel. The house, though,
it had more significance than just a structure with four walls. When I lost it, I cried and cried.
Kathy Rowe also had enough bank to offer $100,000 more for Jerry and Janice's home. When they failed.
Wow. She offered $100,000 more than the asking price to buy the house. Yeah, that's having bank. But the owners never got back to them and responded to that, which that's kind of interesting.
To respond to the note she sent them, she launched a harassment campaign, stopping their mail, relisting the house on Zillow, sending those phony Valentines. Oh, and at the outset, coming by the house with her daughter on Halloween. You wanted to see who was in the house, didn't you?
I had no interest in them. I was more curious what they had done to the house.
Who came to the door when you trick-or-treated?
The wife.
The wife, Janice. whose photo Kathy Rowe would later put on this Carmel Valley freak show online ad, inviting men to stop by anytime.
I was jealous, destroyed, and devastated with pain and depression. And
Why did that result in your lashing out at innocent people?
that's the form that it took.
You enjoyed this, didn't you? You
No.
enjoyed making these people
Well, I thought it was funny. I did not view
Funny.
it as suffering.
But when men responded to the ad, Kathy Rowe wrote them back, fueling the fire, providing specific and perverse encouragement to one 25-year-old male looking for fun with a totally unaware Janice. I'm going to leave out the dirty words here. This is someone pretending to be you. I'm pretty much home all day, every day, bored and incredibly horny. I love to be surprised and have a man just show up at the door and force his way in the door and on me, totally taking me while I say no. Janice, what is the person who is writing this trying to do to you?
She wanted me raped. This is my wife they're talking about. There's no mistaking the intent there.
Then, for the Rices, the ultimate nightmare. Another man did show up at the house, only Janice wasn't home. Jerry met him at the front door. He thought he was going to walk in and have his way with your wife.
Yeah, I knew something was off with the guy.
Flummoxed, the man fled and emailed Kathy Rowe. A guy was there. Had to make up an excuse why I was there. But Kathy Rowe wouldn't let it go and urged him to return to the house with another sordid scenario. I remember what you said. It's like, I hope it's okay with you. I see other guys.
Right.
And you ask about threesomes.
Well, he had no interest in being involved if there was any other man involved.
You're the luckiest person in the world because of that, aren't you?
It never even crossed my mind that a man could go to the house and hurt her.
Probably should have, shouldn't it?
Oh, absolutely. I normally am more concerned about other people's safety and welfare than my own.
Yeah, not so much this time.
Absolutely not this time.
Yeah,
It's
not so
just
much.
how impaired my thinking was.
Kathy, I love that guy's reaction. Probably should have. Yeah, not so much this time. Yeah. Stigmatizing factor. What do you think? Would you want to buy this house now? Knowing that there's all these posts on these online entertainment sites, adult entertainment sites, encouraging guys to come over, push their way in and have sex with the woman who answers the door. Yeah. Probably not. So that is, yeah, that's definitely a freak show right there.
Yeah.
Definitely a stigmatizing factor.
She's got some serious issues.
Yeah. Well, they ended up tracking her down. Let me summarize the rest of this. They ended up tracking her down through electronics. This was in a Yahoo forum or something that she was using for the adult entertainment stuff. And she ended up, they ended up tracking her down by her IP address. And then in the prosecutors, you know, they went through everything here. They know that she has a severely disabled daughter. Somebody needs to be taking care of her and all that stuff. So she got no prison time for this. But she got like a couple of years of probation. She's not allowed to own a computer, and they have an ankle monitor on her. The Rices, that family, they're still scared of her. They're like, this lady's still a danger. But at least people are going to be looking after her and watching her more so than they would if she actually had jail time, because she wouldn't have been in jail that long for this. And then she would have been just free. So instead, she has years of supervised, probation. And here's the kicker of it all. She ended up buying a new house less than a mile away from where they live.
Oh God. Oh God.
If you guys want to watch the rest of this video, this is about halfway through the video. If you want to watch the rest of this video, go ahead and you could watch it on this slideshow. Just download the slideshow I got there. But yeah, I like to make the class a little entertaining and throw a little drama in there every now and then, like TV, get you a little engaged and interested and break up the monotony of my voice. All right.
Can't make this stuff up, huh? Oh my God.
Yeah, some of this stuff is just crazy.
Yeah, God. Ooh.
All right, let's see. Off-site conditions. We spoke about off-site conditions when we were looking into the property condition disclosure report. They mentioned that home buyers should hire their own New Jersey licensed home inspector to inspect homes, but they should also investigate the area that they're going to be living in for off-site conditions. Now, what is an off-site condition? It's any factor that's not on the subject property. It's in the area near the home, but not on the property, not even outside the house and on the property, but off the property, off-site, thus the name off-site conditions. So factors are not on the subject property that affect its value and desirability. For example, if you find out that the city dump is down the block, or it's near an airport, but you'd probably hear that, or next door to a cemetery, you'd probably see that one too, or across the street from a prison, or the land of the property next door is contaminated. That's more likely an off-site condition. There's little that you could do about that. There's nothing actually you could do about that. Off-site conditions are things that are on someone else's property that you usually have no control over. So licensees must give people the opportunity to investigate any local conditions that are not on the subject property. There's for new construction, there's a 5-day right of rescission for the discovery of off-site conditions for a chance for the buyer to back out of the purchase of that property for conditions that are not on the property. Now, resale of existing properties don't have a similar right of rescission. There is no right of rescission. Do your own due diligence and investigations before you ever make the offer. So caveat emptor, that's how you pronounce that term. It's not caveat emptor, it's caveat emptor. It's Latin, it means let the buyer beware. So do your own due diligence before making an offer. This term, by the way, caveat emptor, we're going to get that in like chapter 20, 21. You will need to know that for one of the exams, and that 5-day right of rescission. So let's highlight now the off-site conditions stuff on page 53. There's 2 disclosures for off-site conditions that are included in the sales contracts. Now, this came about in 1995 when a family sued a developer and the broker, alleging that both had known that a development was located about a half a mile away from a hazardous waste dumping site, a half a mile away. But they failed to disclose this fact. I mean, who would think you had to disclose something that's a half a mile away from the house you're selling, But so the trial court ruled in favor of the developer and broker, stating that there is no duty to disclose that to any potential buyer. What's going on in someone else's property. But because not all judges rule uniformly, and these people then argued that, and it went to court again, on appeal, it went in front of a different judge. And this judge thought a different way. And so they reversed that previous decision, and they said that we are required to. But how? Who's doing this investigation? It's kind of ridiculous. So the New Jersey Supreme Court ultimately held that conditions beyond the limits of a specific property can be considered material facts that must be disclosed to prospective purchasers. And so as a result of this decision, there's 2 disclosures for off-site conditions. One is the new construction. You have that 5-day right of rescission. But for resale properties, we just tell people to do their due diligence before they make the offer in writing. How you like this one? Quiet neighborhood across the street. I saw properties like this across the street from a cemetery. Actually, it looked exactly like this. The cemetery was raised. And there was other ones where the cemetery was right in the backyard. I even had one time where there was a gravestone in the backyard. All right, once again, you guys already have this slide. I showed it to you before. It's all the different rights of rescission. I showed this to you in chapter 1 as well, if you guys recall. It explains the word rescission is your right to cancel a contract within a given period of time. And for sales contracts, there's a 7-day right of rescission for new construction for the discovery of for new construction for out-of-state properties marketed to New Jersey residents. There's a new construction 7-day right of rescission for large in-state subdivisions, or where there's common area elements. There's at least 10 units involved. There's also a 7-day right of rescission for new construction. For new construction, there's a 5-day right of rescission for off-site conditions, which we just went over. And then there's that 3-day right of rescission for resale properties and new properties for that attorney review period. And now pertaining to mortgage financing contracts, there's a 3-day right of rescission for refinancing property that you already own. And there's no right of rescission for any loan used to buy real estate. That also includes seller financing. Any loan used to buy real estate is referred to as a purchase money mortgage. And if you read it backwards, that's mortgage money to purchase. Megan's Law. Anybody ever hear this one?
Oh,
Megan's Law is a law that requires that communities be alerted to the presence of convicted sex offenders. And anytime that they move, they have to register with the county prosecutor's office to let them know where they moved. And then they update this in a database too, that is searchable if you go to the state police website. So only people who live in the area can make inquiries about where the sex offenders live after they close on a purchase, sale, or lease transaction. But if we ever have any buyers or renters that may be concerned about where the sex offenders live, the county prosecutor is not going to give them that information because they don't live there yet. But we can refer our concerned buyers and renters to the New Jersey State Police Sex Offender Registry. And this is that registry right here. It's njsp.org/sex-offender-registry. Now, they do keep track of, now, if you ever go to this website, you're going to get things that say this is not a secure site and all that stuff, because they are tracking you. They are tracking you and logging everybody that you look at on that website. Because if one of these sex offenders ends up with a broken neck, or there's now signs plastered all over the neighborhood, this is a sex offender or whatever, there are laws out there that protect them, the sex offenders, from the harassment and stuff, because they served their time in jail already. They're out now, so they should not be getting harassed. So there are actually criminal fines and even jail time for people who do harassment or worse to the sex offenders. So anyway, here, licensees, you as a licensee are not permitted to do the research for them or give them, print out any lists or disseminate any lists of information about the sex offenders and where they live. So we only refer people to the expert sources, and that would be the state police website. And so if we click on that, it takes us here. Let's take a look at this, what it looks like. So this is the Megan's Law registry here, and it gives all kinds of disclosures about the laws and how the prohibitions on using the information in this registry, and that there's laws out there to protect the sex offenders from people who will go after them and such. Look at that. You get fines of up to $15,000 and 5 years in prison, and even though it's only considered a disorderly persons offense. Okay, so then we scroll down here. We say, yeah, I accept the terms of this website. Then it takes you here, and then you're going to click right here to search for the sex offenders in your area. Okay, and now you plug in your address that you want to search around, or you could search for a particular person by name, or you could search the entire city. And then it's going to pull up a Google map, what looks like a Google map. Here, I'm going to show you. If you click on how the search works, it's going to show you how the sex offender registry works. But first, let's read this. It says, to view details about the offenders, including a physical description, photos, maps, the offender's address, what kind of vehicles they drive, all that information is here in the registry. Also, what the offense was that they did and what degree of an offender, and are they more likely to reoffend, etc. All that information is here in that registry. So let me see, where is it? Links, safety tips. There's something here that shows you how this works. I don't want to go searching the registry because it's illegal to disseminate this information, and I'm recording this. So I don't want to do a search and show you actual sex offenders here. I don't want to get in trouble for that. But they do have a an example here that explains it. I thought it was this that took you there. Apparently not. Published offenders at the registry.
I'm actually I'm on my phone looking up offenders in my area.
They're everywhere.
I'm curious.
They're everywhere. They're everywhere. You're going to find them everywhere.
Well, there's one in my area,
Oh,
and it doesn't look familiar, but
Yeah, they'll have the guy's picture. They'll have an explanation on it. Okay, let's see. So links, child protections. Now sometimes I get people that they're like, yeah, but you know what? Those sex offender registries, you get people on them that, they were drunk and, they were just peeing in public and somebody saw their private parts and now they're labeled sex offender for life. I'm like, you know how rare that is. I was like, these people that are in this registry are mostly hardcore sex offenders. That is far and few in between where you see somebody who got busted because they were dating a girl. They were 18 and she was 17, still technically a minor, and the parent found out that they had sex, and now he's a convicted sex offender because he technically raped her because even though they were dating and it was consensual, she was a minor, she can't consent, so therefore it is rape because he was an adult. Now he's forever branded a sex offender, and today now they're married and have children. I'm like, yeah, you know how rare that is, though. It does happen, but it's rare. That's an anomaly. The majority of the people in this list are hardcore sex offenders, and it explains what they did. And I'm trying to find it.
It says here he's a repetitive compulsive sex offender. So.
Yeah.
oh,
That's crazy. Wow.
Yeah, I'm trying to find out where that there was a tutorial on this that shows how it works. Let me see. Read Megan's Law, important information for sex offenders. Let's see how there was a tutorial on this. Oh, the presentation. It's right here. New Jersey State Police presentation. So if you look at this presentation, it shows you how this website works without me actually having to go in there. So here's some information about the people on the sex offender list. It says 45% of sexual assault victims are under 12 years of age. 75% of victims know their attacker. It's estimated that 80% of all addresses have at least one offender within 1 mile of their house. More than half of the rape, sexual assault incidents happen within 1 mile of a victim's own home. And sex offenders cross socioeconomical boundaries, living in both the richest as well as the poorest neighborhoods. And let's see. So our obligation as state police statutes set provision to register offenders and to notify the public. Offenders' whereabouts are verified at regular intervals based on risk level. Information collected for law enforcement purposes can also be used to enhance community awareness. And the public notification process begins within 48 hours of an offender's registration or change of address. And here's their website. So if you search for offenders in your area, this button will get you to the offender search page where you could search for the offenders. You could get email alerts that you subscribe to, safety tips, links, and whatever. So let's look at searching sex offenders in an area. They used to have a presentation here about that. Hold on a second. Let me go back here. Register alerts, safety tips, links. Click this button, explore section. Child prevention, national. Okay, those are just those links I already went over. All right, I don't know where it is. I know that they had a. Okay, wait, here it is. Here, I just had to hit the next button still. Okay, so this shows you an example of how you do a search on the website. You put in an address, and then it pulls up like a Google map. Where do people live? You hover over them, and their picture comes up with their fences. You could click on them and find out more information. Has their age, weight, height, all that stuff. It stays updated and stuff, where they're living, what kind of car they drive, what their offense was, who they did it to, but they keep the you know, they'll say a boy or girl. They're not going to say their names or anything like that. Let's see. So you could search within a radius of your location. You could plug in how far you want to search from your house. And let's see, the summary. We're diligently monitoring the community, keep it safe. All right, so njsp.org. Okay, so basically the state police website, the Megan's Law Registry, is that this can be found at well, I had a different link for that. But either way, it takes you to nj.gov, NJSP, state police, /sex-offender-registry. I think mine was just NJSP. Let me see. Where was the link? Takes you to the same place. If you just go to NJ State Police, njsp.org/sex-offender-registry, that forwards you directly to that longer link. And then it takes you into the registry itself. But they are tracking you by IP addresses and such. And if you try to avoid it by using IP masking tools and things like that, you won't be able to search the database. It'll just disable it because they need to be able to track you. Okay, so you need to know for exams, what is a law that alerts the community to the presence of convicted sex offenders in the area? Megan's Law.
Megan's Law.
Okay. Now, we as real estate agents cannot provide that any information other than let them know that they could contact the county prosecutor's office after they live there. They close on a transaction, or they could search the state police Megan's Law Registry to find out where the convicted sex offenders live. See, your luck is if you probably, well, at least I know my luck, you know, is that if I make a list of everybody that trying to be convenient for my client, I print out a list of all the sex offenders in the area and I give it to them. My luck is that the next day, some guy, or later that day, some guy is just going to be added to the sex offender registry, and they're going to be saying later on, they're going to find out about it, who lives next door, and they're going to be like, oh, you conveniently left him out of there, you know, and I'm going to get in trouble by them for that, you know, which I shouldn't have been printing it out anyway, because we're not supposed to. Okay, we only refer them to the experts. Okay. All right, so let's do the highlights now on Megan's Law on page 53. It's the law that alerts the community to the presence of convicted sex offenders, and buyers and lessees can obtain information from the county prosecutor's office after the sale or lease of the property is closed. Good?
One more quick sec.
Just these two lines you really need to highlight.
Okay. Okay.
All right, now we need to know about the different types of misrepresentation. Okay, but before we do, let's learn about something called puffing. And no, we're not talking about Puff the Magic Dragon there. Puffing is exaggerated statements of opinion as part of salesmanship. It's allowable. It's encouraged. You should be puffing if you're in sales. Puffing are exaggerated statements of opinion as a part of salesmanship, and there's nothing wrong with it as long as you're not doing it in a way to try to mislead or deceive somebody or take advantage of them or lie to them. So facts must be accurate, like square footage or the value of the property. But some examples of puffing would be like showing a house and saying, wow, look at this entryway. Isn't it gorgeous? I think this is the most beautiful kitchen I've ever seen in my life. Look at these beautiful gleaming hardwood floors. You could practically eat off of them. I'm not eating off nobody's floor. It's an exaggerated statement of opinion as part of salesmanship. You get it? So you guys should be puffing in your advertisements or when you're talking to people, but just not to mislead or deceive somebody away from factual information. Facts must be accurate, okay? So puffing is a term you need to know for exams. You will get it on exams. Puffing. We're not talking about the magic dragon smoking the weed either. Okay. Puffing is exaggerated statements of opinion as part of salesmanship. Now, there are three types of misrepresentation: fraud, negligence, and innocent misrepresentation. Fraud is intentional misrepresentation intended to harm or deceive somebody. Negligence are unintentional misrepresentation by someone who should have known better. Like you guys, as a real estate licensee, you're never going to be found guilty of innocent misrepresentation, which is a false or misleading statement made by someone who's not expected to have expertise in the subject matter, like the homeowner. You are the real estate professional. You're expected to know better. You know, if you don't know something, you got to do your research. If the homeowner tells you something about the property, trust them, but verify. You don't know them, you know, and you want to make sure that before you start relaying any information that the homeowner told you about their house, that you have verified that it's accurate before you start pushing it on the public, because the public's going to assume you did the research and the information you're telling them is true. So you, at minimum, if that information is not true that you're pushing out there, you at minimum would be found guilty of negligence, because you're providing them with false or misleading information, but you should have known better. You should have looked into it. It wasn't your intent to, but you still did the wrong thing. You pushed out information that was false. Now, even worse is if you knew it was false and you intended to mislead someone. That's fraud. You're guilty of fraud. Okay. So we'll never be found guilty of innocent misrepresentation, only negligence or fraud if we do something wrong. Remember, trust that old Ronald Reagan adage, you know, trust but verify. It's not that I don't trust you, but I need to verify this information before we move forward here. So before you put anything in an advertisement or pass along information to potential buyers, make sure you verify that information. So avoid, your reputation is on the line. How about that? Avoid misrepresentation. Trust but verify information before passing it along. Never present somebody's opinion as facts. So don't lie, and don't lie either. You should always refer questions to experts. So what's the best way to avoid misrepresentation? This sounds like maybe an exam question, hint, hint. What's the best way to avoid misrepresentation? Always refer questions to the experts.
Right.
Now, the longer that you guys are in the real estate business, you're going to learn a lot of this stuff because you're going to be dealing with the experts and you're going to learn a lot of stuff. But you're still not the experts. You're still not the expert in legal stuff. That's attorneys that are. You're still not the expert in the construction of the real estate. That's the New Jersey licensed home inspector, surveyor, appraiser, or title company, or pest control company. You're going to learn things about all of those topics by doing these sales and inspections and being there and asking questions. You're going to learn a lot of stuff about real estate over the years. Okay. And that knowledge could be very helpful for you. And it may be burning a hole, you know, in your head there. And you're like, I know this answer. I got to share it with my clients, but don't. You're opening yourself up for litigation. You are not the expert on these topics, even though you have knowledge about them because you've been working in the business so long. What you could do, instead of giving people advice on legal advice or inspection stuff, etc., instead you could tell them to consult with these experts. Your job is not to know everything about everything. Your job is to know who does. And then you could refer your clients to the experts where they could get that information. Where are the sex offenders? Well, you know what? I could refer you either to the county prosecutor's office, but they're not going to tell you anything till you actually live there. So I could refer you to the New Jersey State Police Megan's Law Registry and send you the link on that you could do the research yourself. We're actually not allowed to do that. Okay. See, you know, you're not the expert in where the sex offenders are. You're not tracking them. So you refer them to the sex offenders. How is this investment property purchase going to affect my taxes? Well, you know who we should ask about that? We should ask your accountant or your CPA, your tax professional, right? Your tax attorney. Is this dangerous? Well, you know what? We should really ask your New Jersey licensed home inspector about that. They're going to do an inspection on the property. Where's the property line? Well, you know what? You're going to get a survey. Make sure that you pay that surveyor. Ask them how much that they charge for it. And you could shop around for this because surveyors could charge different prices on not just the survey, but putting they'll actually pound stakes in the ground made of steel rebar at each of the corners of your property. So now you could tie a string around one corner to the next and you could visually see where your property line is. But short of having those surveyor stakes sticking out of the ground, it would be impossible for me to be able to tell you where your property line boundaries are. Only a competent surveyor can really do that. Even if I have a surveyor's map in my hand, there's no way I can tell you where the property line is unless we could actually have those surveyor stakes pulled out of the ground and we could look at them and visually see it. Now, I've seen real estate agents before do this where people were asking questions, where's the property line on this property? Is it where the fence is, or is it where the bush is, or is it where the ground starts to slope? And then you get the real estate agent that goes in there and they start doing this. They're like, I think it's where, what are you doing? What are you looking at? You know, the ground, the bushes. There's no way for you. Look, property lines sometimes run through trees, through the center of a tree, you know? So there's no way for you to tell where a property line is simply by looking around. Unless you're trying to line up some surveyor stakes that are in the ground or a pin that they put on a tree with a ribbon, there's no way for you to tell. And that would be negligence if you did try to do that. All right. So always refer people to the expert sources. By the way, if you want to know where a New Jersey licensed home inspector or surveyor or pest control company, title company, any of those, well, their licenses can be searched in a database right here. I'm going to click on it and show you that database. So this is the New Jersey Division of Consumer Affairs. On their website here, I'll share this link with you where you could search for professional licenses. All right, this is the link I'm looking at right now. You can search for professional licenses by, you select the license type that you're looking for. You're looking for a home inspector under license type. There we go, home inspector. And let's just search the whole state. Boom. We won't put in any other information. This is based on where the home inspector's license is based out of. Where's their company? You see, not all of them are in New Jersey. Look, this one's New York. This one's Pennsylvania. So you could have people who are licensed as New Jersey home inspectors, but they're based in different states. Okay. You could check the status of their license right here. Is it expired, active, inactive, pending? You know, here's their license numbers and their name. Okay. You should never refer a home inspector to somebody unless you first check to see if they're actively licensed. Or you could just give this link to your clients and let them search themselves. Make sure that you tell them, you know, you could hire any home inspector, just make sure that they're a licensed New Jersey home inspector. And not all home inspectors are created equal. There are some that are better than others, some more thorough than others. Some have all the tools and gadgets and doodads to do their inspections better than others, and others don't. You know, they're just starting out, maybe don't have all the money for doing all that stuff. And so they may not be able to do all the types of inspections and searches that are needed. But either way, make sure that they're licensed. Because you can't use a home inspection report or somebody's opinion because they know some stuff because they work in construction. You can't use their opinion or any report that they write to try to renegotiate with the seller to do work on a house or to do repairs or to give money back or to lower the price on the purchase price of the house because there's damages or stuff needs to be fixed or isn't done right. Only a report from a licensed home inspector can be considered for that. So attorneys won't allow you to use any kind of a letter that was written by your cousin Vinny that knows some stuff about construction, you know. That don't work. I've had that happen before where you get I'm a contractor. I work in construction. I build houses. I know how this. Yeah, but you're not a New Jersey licensed home inspector. Unfortunately, your knowledge is great, but it's not. It can't be used here as an expert advice for renegotiating these contracts. All right, so you can look up all kinds of professional licenses, by the way, in this database. You know, as you could see here, everything from elevator mechanics, electrologists, cosmetology, doctors, nurses, all kinds of professions that require professional licenses, except for real estate agents and bankers and mortgage solicitors. They're not going to be in here. They're going to be in the what do you call it? The real estate commission's database. What is this? Salesperson branch license? What is that for? Let's take a look.
Yeah, what is that?
Oh, for cemetery sales.
Oh,
Selling cemetery plots. There's 15 pages of them too. All right. See, all these professions that require, permits or licenses, they can be searched here on that link that I just shared with you. All right, so let's go back here. And by the way, let me take these links and put them in our Word document, our class links Word document, which I do have open here still. And let me try to add them to our database or our Word document. Let's see. See, we're building up that Word document. Here we go. I keep adding more stuff.
oh yeah.
Yeah. All right, so we got that.
Sounds good.
I'm building it up for us. Okay, so and Megan's Law Registry here. All right, so let's now highlight the things that we just had, went over on the previous slide, what puffing is and fraud. This is page 53. All right, and then on page 54, let's highlight this and let's write above it after we do the highlights, then write it so your ink don't smear. 3 types of misrepresentation. And we're going to highlight here, or just put a highlighted box around that paragraph at the top of the page. Or you could highlight fraud. Deliberate lie intended to mislead someone is called fraud. It's intentional misrepresentation. Or negligence is unintentional misrepresentation that covers false or statements made by someone who should have known better. Those are really the 2 that you need to know. All right, and then this is the liability and criteria to be found guilty of misrepresentation. We'll go through this and then we're going to break for lunch. Let me see what's on the next slide. Okay, to avoid misrepresentation. Actually, you could highlight this now too on page 55. To avoid misrepresentation, absolute statements should be avoided. Requests for information should be met by referring the questioner directly to the expert source. All right, so the liability to be found guilty of misrepresentation or fraud, the agent to be liable for misrepresentation, a false or misleading statement or concealment of a material fact had to have occurred by a person who knows or should have known that that information is false with the intent to deceive or defraud, or if there was no such intent, the effect was still that the person was deceived or defrauded. And damages were suffered by one of the parties who relied on that information that you provided. So it's relatively easy for an agent to avoid intentional misrepresentation just by telling the truth, right? But omissions and half-truths can misrepresent just as readily as actual misstatements, and the offenses may be committed inadvertently. You ever date somebody and they didn't tell you the whole story about what happened? They left some stuff out. Isn't that just as bad as a lie? Right?
Oh, yeah.
Same kind of thing when we talk about business relationships here. So the buyer looking at a rural property may be told, by the way, what is rural? Anybody know? Okay. Anybody know what rural is? So let me go over a couple of words for you guys. Urban area is a densely populated area. People living in, it's like the city, a lot of people living within a close proximity mileage wise, right? You have apartment buildings, high rises, all that. So it's a densely populated area is what an urban area is. Then we have suburbia or a suburban area. Suburban area is like 1 and 2 family zoning areas. Okay, it's a little bit less densely populated. You don't have the high rises and apartment buildings all over the place. You know, it's a little more spread out. You know, that's the suburbs. Okay, and then you have rural. Rural are sparsely populated areas. It could be like farmland or living out in the country. You know, where you can't even see your neighbor. You know, that's rural. Okay, so let's continue on with this. So the buyer looking at a rural property may be told that the septic system works well. What is a septic system? A septic system is having your own private sewer system in your backyard. It's not hooked up to the city services, and it requires some maintenance to maintain. We're going to go over that in the coming slides. I'm going to show you some examples of an explanation of that anyway. So the buyer looking at a rural property may be told that the septic system works well when in fact it does not. If the agent knew this true state of affairs, then intentional misrepresentation occurred. You lied to them. So if the agent does not know the condition of the system, but they still said that, the potential buyer is still being misled by your negligent misrepresentation because you should have known. There's no way for you to be able to know that for certain. You have to get them to have it looked at. Look at the history, look at the maintenance records, get it inspected before they buy it. So if the agent does not know the condition of the system, the potential buyer is still being misled by that negligent misrepresentation. So the half-truth may mislead somebody with a statement like, oh, septic systems are normal in this area and there's probably nothing for you to worry about. Now, while that's true in itself, it skirts the issue in a manner that may be misleading to an ignorant buyer who doesn't even know what a septic system is. They may assume that public services are available everywhere. I mean, most people don't know what happens to the stuff when you flush the toilet. They just know it disappears somewhere and you never have to see it again or smell it again. right? So no mention at all of a septic system may also be misleading, particularly to an urban buyer who may assume sewers are available everywhere. So the broker knew nothing about the condition of the system is of little defense if the brokers in that community should have known about these matters. Even if the intention is not to defraud someone, the buyer is still purchasing the property and discovers that the septic system was faulty. They're suffering damages, and they could seek recovery from those damages from you who had misled them. In recent years, buyers and sellers are becoming increasingly aware of possible dangers from other things too, like radon gas, lead paint, asbestos, certain asbestos building materials, toxic pollutants, urea formaldehyde, which is in spray foam insulation, and other environmental hazards. Licensees should be able to direct their clients and consumers to websites and local agencies in order to gather more information about the issues that are important to them, like the Megan's Law Registry for sex offenders, or the EPA for certain environmental issues and such. Among other areas or problems where frequently arise are statements about the value of a property. Don't ever make statements like, oh, property values are sure to go up 10% in the next year in this area. How would you know that? You got that kind of magic ball? You got it like that? Tell me what the lottery numbers are. The judge, or saying things like the judgments have all been cleared up, or there's no problem looking into hooking up into the new sewers. Well, there may be. I mean, you may have to pay to lay a lot of pipe there, and the city's not going to do it for free, you know. So be careful about making statements that you have no knowledge about. Boundaries, zoning, and lot sizes. In a recent case in another state, the buyer of a house that contained 100 square feet fewer than stated in the listing was awarded the construction cost of 100 square feet in that area. This is why real estate agents in New Jersey rarely quote square footage. Unless they have the architectural blueprint handy. Even if you see it in tax records with the square footages, those things are notoriously wrong. So don't go quoting square footage of a house. Don't even say just estimated, you know. Now, this really ticks off people from other states that come to New Jersey, because in their states, the agents are always saying how many square foot the house is. But the thing is, New Jersey, we have a very litigious society here. I guess it's the makeup of the people. No offense to the people in this class. It's a makeup. The people are just sue happy. We're a very litigious society. So be careful about quoting square footage, because like this, if you're off by 100 square feet, somebody's going to sue you for the value of 100 square foot of the house. So the buyer may prefer to sue the broker, who still has another office in town and a vulnerable reputation, rather than suing the seller, who may have moved out of town or out of state or out of the country. All right, so let's leave it at that. We already highlighted the ways to avoid misrepresentation, and then the next things we're going to go over is what a sewer septic system is. This is your private sewer system in your own backyard. We'll go over that after lunch a little bit. Not in that much detail, but we'll go over it. I'll show you some pictures and such. All right, so it's 12:15. We're gonna. All right, so we have septic systems. What is a septic system? It's your own private sewer in your backyard, or sometimes in the front yard, but it's close to the house. It's buried in the ground. You need to have a large area near it, because the pipes that come out of the house for all your sewer pipes from all your water usage go through the septic tank. The solids sink to the bottom, the sludge floats to the top. The effluent is the liquid that stays in the center that carries over to the next compartment in the tank. And you shouldn't have solids coming over into there. And then there should be a filter over here, and the liquids will come out. So every gallon that comes in, 1 gallon will flow out and then go into a drain field where there will be a perforated pipe with sand and gravel and the the liquids come out and then will sink into the ground, and the ground continues to filter it out along with the bacteria that kill any dangerous active bacteria that kill any dangerous bacteria. Periodically, they need to be maintained. You need to flush bacteria down the toilet or put them into the system regularly to ensure the system works properly, so it doesn't fill up quickly with the solid wastes, the toilet paper, the poo, and all that stuff. It gets broken down. The bacteria eat it up, turn it into a liquid form. That's why you got to keep the bacteria working in there and add more periodically. And that keeps your septic system working. But still, even though bacteria turn stuff into liquid, there's still solid waste buildup. And eventually it will need to be pumped out. You have these access ports here where trucks come and they'll pump that stuff out. So here's another view of it. So the septic system, the water pipes, the waste pipes come out into the septic tank, which then distributes it through these drain field perforated pipes that sink into the ground. Nothing should be planted over these. You shouldn't have pet pens or cars parking over it or any heavy weights, because that could compact the soil and then it won't work as well. It's not just a matter of the liquids being absorbed into the ground, but the bacteria and the oxygen to be able to kill the any harmful bacteria that are in those wastes before it gets back into the environment. So here's some pictures of these tanker trucks, the vacuum trucks that are sucking out all the waste from the caps. You take the caps off of them and they suck out the solid waste that's inside. Yeah, I know, right after lunch, right? Okay, so how often does this need to be pumped out? Well, depending on the family size, depending if you have dishwashers and garbage disposals and all that, you'd add another family member for each one of those appliances. But look, say that you have 4 people in the family and you got a 1,000-gallon tank, you pump it out every 2.5 years. If you have a dishwasher or something, you add another family member there, it's every 2 years. Or rather garbage disposal or dishwasher, another year. Okay, so on average, as long as it's being maintained properly. All right, public water systems and how the water gets to your house. We'll go over this a little bit more in chapter 3. But basically reservoirs and through springs and all that stuff, the water company gets the water. They have pump stations that pump the water into water towers so that the pumps don't have to be running all the time to get the water under pressure to your house. So when you open the faucet, the water comes out under pressure. So the water towers are typically very high because now it's using the weight of the water itself to use gravity to create pressure to push the water out to the houses. And this is actually works. It's a pretty efficient system. It also works pretty good to have all that on demand. So like when everybody wakes up in the morning and takes a shower, or if there's a fire and they're pumping water constantly, these pumps don't have to be running overtime. You have all this extra water under pressure already on demand, ready at a moment's notice. And at nighttime, when it quiets down, systems are not used, people are sleeping, these pumps run and they refill the water towers again. All right, so we'll go over that a little more in a little bit later chapter. But let's see, the New Jersey Consumer Fraud Act prohibits misleading, fraudulent scam practices, and they have fines up to $10,000 for first violations. We have the Sherman Antitrust Act. This is the one that we needed to study and know about, right? We went over this a couple times already, but this is the chapter where it actually is in here on bottom page 55. You should already have some stuff highlighted there, right? The Sherman Antitrust Act makes price fixing illegal. Now, price fixing is when competing firms discuss with each other the fees that they charge the public in an effort to set an industry standard on commission rates. So it's when the competing firms work with each other to try to set an industry standard on pricing. You're not supposed to be working with the competition. You're supposed to be trying to get all the business away from the competition. When that happens, prices come down for the public. But when you're working or colluding with,
Am I the only one? Am I the only one that can't hear you?
yeah, you can't hear me?
I can't hear you. I think I need to connect to my phone.
Okay.
Yeah, we hear.
Sorry to interrupt.
It's
Sure,
okay.
sure. You can hear me, Yvonne, right?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. So turn your volume on or up.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I can't hear her now.
No, I can no, no, can
I wonder if she could hear you. Ask her.
Can you hear me? Okay. Or us? Hello? Hello?
Oh, she could hear you, but not me.
Oh, wait. That might be her now.
Yeah, that's strange.
I just heard a ding.
Yeah. She's coming in again. I can see another login.
Oh, that's right. You could see.
So the Sherman Antitrust Act, this is it makes it illegal, price fixing illegal. This is when competing firms, agents from competing firms work with each other. They collude with each other to try to set industry standards on pricing. Instead of trying to compete and work against each other, which drives down prices for the public, they work with each other to try to set a standard price that nobody can get it cheaper. So that holds the prices artificially higher. And that's illegal. That's against the law. Now, you and agents within your office can set standards of your pricing on the fees that you charge. And you could have training for the whole entire office on how you're going to charge the public. You could even do role-playing events for the training. But you can't do this when there's members from different brokerages there together, because that's the competition. You're not supposed to be working with the competition to try to set these standards. So agents should immediately disassociate themselves from the slightest discussion of commission fees or rates that they charge the public with the competition. Penalties are severe. Violations of the Sherman Antitrust Act are up to $1 million fine and 10 years in prison for individuals. Penalties could be higher for corporations, trade groups, etc. That could be upwards of $100 million, plus up to 3 times the cost of damages. Now, those who have suffered a loss due to such activities may recover triple the cost of the damages plus attorney's fees. Okay, so I already told you this does not only apply to real estate. This applies across all industries. I told you guys about that broiler chicken conspiracy there that was going on, where they were price fixing the chicken providers, the chicken growers. Yeah, they were doing the setting standards for places like Costco, Kentucky Fried Chicken, or KFC, whatever they call themselves now. All those places, those chicken places and distributors where they set a standard that artificially kept the cost of broiler chicken products high. And then the Department of Justice went after them, and they still haven't gotten anywhere, except they got one company to say, we want to be done with this. We want this behind us. We know we're going to get busted on it. So they admitted guilt. One company admitted guilt on it and paid like $105 million fine. All the others, though, they're not admitting to anything. And so far, nothing's been done to them. I don't expect anything to be done to them with his administration. This was the federal government that's going after them, and their priorities seem to be totally elsewhere right now. Okay, so the Sherman Antitrust Act, once again, if in an ad you mention a specific commission rate or amount, say you want to brag that you offer low listing fees to try to attract the public, the business, right? You also have to state in your advertisements, in New Jersey, all commissions are negotiable. And that basically says that you don't engage in illegal price fixing. So if in an advertisement you mention a commission rate or amount, it is very important that you put this phrase in there as well. In New Jersey, all commissions are negotiable. The purpose of that is to show that you do not engage in violating this rule by the Real Estate Commission, the state of New Jersey, or the Sherman Antitrust Act on price fixing. So we already have this stuff highlighted because we went there forward probably the first day of class, right? You guys have this stuff highlighted already?
Yeah.
Sherman Antitrust Act, okay. And then continuing on, you have the fines already highlighted there too, right?
Oh,
Yep.
yeah.
This is page 56. All right. Now, ethics, liability, disciplinary offenses are things we're going to go over now. Breach of fiduciary duties, failures to observe standards of care, conflicts of interest, misrepresentation. We already went over the 3 types of misrepresentation, and the numerous offenses that may result in fine, suspension, or revocation of license. Now, what's the best way to avoid misrepresentation? Always refer people to the experts.
Oh,
Yes.
Don't try to take it on yourself you don't need to have the answers to everything, but you need to know who does.
right.
That's how we serve our clients, is we know we may not have the answers to everything. We don't need to have the answers to everything, but we need to know who does have those answers so that we can guide them in the right direction to get that information.
Mm-hmm.
Now, defensive claims of liability and E&O insurance. Errors and omissions insurance, let's highlight this on page 57, is the real estate industry's equivalent to medical malpractice insurance like a doctor would carry. Attorneys, they have their own types of insurance, a malpractice type of insurance. Doctors do, people in different industries do. So staying alert to situations that may pose problems could be a first defense, and using disclaimers that the information you're providing to people is believed to be accurate but not warranted are a little value. They can't cover spoken repetition of information. They cannot acquit the broker of liability. Because, you could put something on a piece of paper and says, oh, it's estimated, it's not guaranteed, there's a disclaimer on it, but yet you keep hammering and telling people something else. So therefore, that's not going to protect you by having a disclaimer. So they cannot cover those spoken repetition of information, and they cannot acquit the broker of liability. The fact that the misleading material may have been furnished by the seller is also of little value, because we should know better than that we'd still be guilty of negligent misrepresentation. We have to trust but verify any information before we pass it along. The broker's potential liability for undisclosed defects is somewhat lessened, though, if we use that seller property condition disclosure report, and if the buyer retains services of a home inspection before the contract becomes binding. And so our contracts we usually submit offers, they go through attorney review, they become legally binding. But in our contracts, we have paragraphs there that say, but the contract is still contingent upon a home inspection and then negotiations of what the findings are of the home inspection, So even though they're in a legally binding contract, they're still subject to home inspection. Subject to is a very powerful term that we put into contracts for various things. Subject to home inspection, subject to getting approved for the loan, subject to this and that. This way, these are ways for us to back out of a contract under certain circumstances without being still held legally and financially liable to the other party if certain conditions are not met. So E&O insurance is the real estate industry's equivalent to medical malpractice insurance that a doctor would carry. We're all humans. We make mistakes, errors, and sometimes we forget to put things in contracts or what have you that we need to do, and that's an omission. So your brokers, you don't need to go shopping around trying to find a policy. Your broker already has a policy. They're just going to add all of their agents, new agents, to that policy. But they can't cover the fee for that. Otherwise, that would make you an employee. So they will bill you your portion of it. Okay. And so that's a question to ask brokers when you start working for them. How much do they charge for E&O insurance? And do I have to pay it all up front, or will you take it out of my first transaction, or can I make installment payments or what have you? All right. Because E&O insurance can range anywhere from $400 to $600 a year on average. And I would say it's more common to see it around the $600 mark. Avoid dual contracts. What are dual contracts? Well, when we get a buyer to make an offer and then the seller accepts that offer, that's now a contract. We send it off to the attorneys for attorney review, but the buyer's lender is going to want a copy of that contract too to see how much they're purchasing that property for. Only thing is, we supply a different contract to them for a different amount. So say they put an offer in for a property for $300,000, but then the contract that we send to the lender is for $325,000. It's basically mortgage fraud. Okay. And that means that we're involved in it now too. So you need a couple of people involved in that to get something like that to fly by. So that's dual contracts. And this is a good segue to ethics, because if you're dealing in dual contracts, you have no idea what this word means or don't care. Ethics are the standards that dictate the moral principles addressing two sides of a profession. How the industry professionals should be treating each other as professionals, and how licensees should treat the public. So let's highlight that where it says it on page 58 under ethics. These moral principles address two sides of a profession. Actually, you don't really need to highlight it as long as you understand it. Most professions have code of ethics for their members. The physicians have their Hippocratic oath. Attorneys have a code of professional responsibility. Appraisers have their, they got something as well. You know, we as real estate agents, we have the Realtors Code of Ethics, which has been around since 1913. Wait a minute. How long has licensing been required in New Jersey? If you go back to page 1 in this book, it was 1921. Since 1921, we required licensing in the state of New Jersey. They created this real estate commission and all that stuff. But the real estate professionals in New Jersey realized way back in 1913 that there was a need for us to self-monitor and govern ourselves, because there was getting a lot of snake oil salespeople that were coming into this business. You know, that's like slimy salespeople. You know, they'll say anything to do a sale, take advantage of people. So we had to start self-governing ourselves. So way back in 1913 is when we started creating these codes of standards for professional and ethical behavior. And so we have to, still to this day, we have to take training classes. So this code of ethics has evolved over the years, and it still does every year, especially since we have new technologies, new methods of sale and contact, you know. So these codes of ethics, they get updated with to address new topics that we have to. You know, way back in 1913, there were some topics that were handled back then as far as professional standards, how we should treat each other and the public. As things evolved and the years went on, then we also had to address the issues of racial discrimination, and then all kinds of other discrimination from people from other countries and foreign-born citizens, and sexual discrimination, and all kinds of things like that were addressed in the housing industry as well. So we have the Code of Ethics training class. We need to retake that every 3 years. And we could take it online right here on the Realtors Code of Ethics on the Realtors website. We could see the Code of Ethics. This is on the Realtors website. This is, see, 2024 Code of Ethics. They update it again. Every year they update it. 2024 Code of Ethics Standards and Practices. You could download a copy of it here.
Oh, yeah, I see it.
And you could take the Code of Ethics training class online as well. You don't have to take it in person. You could take it in person or you could take it online. There's different parts to this code of ethics. We have the preamble, which taking the training class, they teach you how the code of ethics works. There's a preamble. There's a section on duties to clients and customers, duties to the public, and duties to realtors. And this goes over all that stuff. The different articles, Article 1, the standards of practice, and on and on and on, okay? So if you guys wanted to check out those Realtor Code of Ethics, you can as well. I'll copy that link. I'll share it with you in the chat window, but I'm also going to take all these links right now from this slide and I'm going to put them where? In that class links Word document, okay? So let me get over here, copy all these links over into that class links Word document. These are all kinds of training and whatnot here as well. So this is not just a Realtor Code of Ethics training classes. We also have professional designation training classes and all kinds of other resources that are pointed out here. So let me see. Training classes. All right, I got that added now to our class links Word document. But so let's continue going over it here. And then we have Code of Ethics training classes you could take online. Oop. That's weird. My ringer was off and somehow somebody got it to ring. That's strange.
Oh.
Let me make sure that's shut off. Then we have the realtors, members of the Realtor Association are called realtors. Those are brokers, and any broker, salesperson, or salesperson that's also joins the Association of Realtors is referred to as a Realtor Associate. They're associated to the realtor, which is the broker. Now, all realtor here's a list of these are not all realtor designation classes, but there's a lot of designation courses here. A designation course is like this. You have say you have an accountant, right? They do your books, they do your taxes, your tax professional. That accountant can take some classes and take some exams and they can become a CPA. And now they can put those initials behind their name on their business cards and such. Well, we have similar things like that in the real estate industry. Let me click on that and I'll show you some of the classes that are available for us to take, and we could put some logos or initials behind our name on our business cards. So these are some designation courses that are offered through NAR. Yeah, so they make money off of us as well by selling education. Now, one thing, keep in mind that once you earn one of these designation courses, you got to keep paying them every year to continue using that designation. Some of them require you to take additional classes. Some of them do not, but either way, you have to pay with most of these. Now, this one, I'm sure you can learn some good stuff. They just changed the logo on it, though, to ABR. I'm sure they teach you some good stuff in this class, but the basic gist of it is kind of propaganda nonsense because it teaches you to be an accredited buyer's representative. I only work with buyers, because there could be a conflict of interest when you don't. Well, that's if you don't know how to keep your mouth shut and treat everybody equally, fairly, and honestly. You know, so they kind of accredited buyer's representative class teaches you how to push this nonsense on people that agents who work with both buyers and sellers are unethical, and I have a higher moral standard, and I only work with buyers. Well, you're also an idiot, because if you're only working with buyers, you can never take off work. You always got to be running around like a chicken with their head cut off, showing buyers and renters properties. Because if you're not showing them properties and writing contracts, you ain't getting paid. But if you're, so you can't take vacation, you can't stay at home sick and expect to get a check coming in. But if you also work with sellers and you get listings, other agents can be showing your properties, your listings, and making offers, and you could be at home sick or on vacation and still making money. right? And you get the added bonus that you could get your own buyers, and you get both ends of the transaction, two ends of the deal, double the commission, one deal, right? Working smarter, not harder. But ABR teaches you the opposite and tries to give it a rationale that we hold ourselves to a higher moral standard because we only work with one side in the transaction. Nonsense. Now, I'm sure they teach you good stuff about how to qualify buyers and give good resources and stuff. If anything, take it for that. But them pushing that narrative that you only work with buyers, I wouldn't go with that. Okay, I'm telling you, if you want to make some decent money in the business, you don't do that. That's not the way to work efficiently or properly. Anyway, you also have accredited land consultants. If you wanted to specialize in maybe land development, land sales. Well, you could take this class. It'll teach you about selling land, financing a land, all kinds of issues when it comes to land sales. CCIM is good for people who really plan on focusing on commercial real estate. This should be a designation that you aspire to get. It could take you years to get it though, because you need to take something like 10 classes. Each one of those classes is about $1,200 each. On top of that, you got to take exams. On top of that, you need to do so much in specific type of property sales and leasing and renting, so you have to also have a experience in doing certain types of property sales. But once you take all those classes, you pass the exams, you get the experience in, now you could become a CCIM agent. That's the Certified Commercial Investment Member. What does it say? There's about 1,000, are active in 1,000 US markets and 31 other countries, comprised of 13,000 members. So there's about 13,000 agents in the world that have the CCIM designation. Okay, it's a hard designation to get, but when you get it, look, it's about 200 classroom hours. But when you get this designation, you're the one that's going to be like the lead agent when General Motors or one of these big corporations are shutting down a plant and selling their plants for hundreds of millions of dollars, or acquiring new land or property to build a new one, for hundreds of millions of dollars. You're the lead real estate agent on that. But it takes a lot to get that designation, but it's one to aspire to if you plan on specializing in and going into the commercial area. If you want to deal with international property sales, you can work on getting the CIPS designation, Certified International Property Specialist. You got to know about international law and such. I remember I did plenty of referrals when I was part of the GMAC franchise. I won awards for that because I was very involved in it. But I started doing I did a referral one time to another country. I think it was Costa Rica, where I sent a referral down there. You guys need to know how real estate works throughout the world. It works totally different than it does here in the United States. How do you get financing to buy a house in other places? You need money or assets against it. People don't just lend you money on credit and then, you could file bankruptcy and you don't got to pay them back. It doesn't work like that. You got to see how lending works in other places of the world, how the real estate works. Do people require licenses? All kinds of stuff like that. How does the transfer of ownership work? Can you own property? See, in the past, when I got my real estate license, one of the first things we learned at the beginning of the course is how real estate works in the United States and how it works in other places throughout the globe. There are two forms, there are two ways, there's two systems. We have the allodial system and we have the feudal system. Feudal system is like kings, queens, emperors, supreme leaders, and it's their land, and they give you permission to own or occupy it. And it could be limited on a period of time, but ultimately they're the supreme leader. It's their property, right? You'll just be allowed to work it for a period of time or own it, in the United States, we're part of the allodial system, which is more of a purer form of ownership. Even though there's some government involvement, they could tax us on the land and stuff like that. You know, there's certain powers the government has, but you have more rights to ownership here in the United States than you do in a lot of places elsewhere in the world. Like, for instance, take China, for instance. In China, you have an emperor. That's the supreme leader. They could give you permission to buy land and you'll own that land, but you'll only own it for 60 years. And then you need to renew your ownership after that 60 years, and they could grant you that ownership for another 60 years. But of course, they're the supreme leader, the emperor. If they want to, they could take it for any reason, you know? So you really don't have a whole lot to stand on to force, hey, that's my land. The emperor could put you to death and take it from you, you know? So it works different in different parts of the world. So you need to understand how it works. And if you guys recall, when President Trump was the president, when he first became president and that beginning part of his term of presidency, he was doing a lot of stuff with the, remember, with the international trade, fair trade, and people were saying, oh, he's going to be taxing other countries. This is going to be horrible for us. And he's like, how? How's it going to be any worse than it is right now? Right now, in the United States, we don't have free trade. That's a misnomer. We need fair trade, he was saying. And he was right with that, because free trade is basically this concept that was made up by politicians that basically allows other countries to come here and peddle their goods and sell their goods and services here in the United States. And it's free for them. We don't charge them any fees to do that. Whereas if we tried to sell our products in their country, they charge us all kinds of, they tax us to death. They try to charge us all kinds of fees in order to do business there. So it's not free for us, it's free for them. So what he was pushing and talking about was fair trade. We need fair trade, not this free trade concept that was kind of a misnomer. And I can attest to this, because when I sent this referral to Costa Rica, I didn't know at the time how they worked over there. And so I negotiated, because I had a great buyer. They were buying all cash. They didn't need any loan. They had all the money. They already knew what they wanted to buy, where they needed to buy it. So I just contacted an agent to do the deal for them, to help them. It was easy money for them. So I asked for a higher commission referral fee than I normally asked. I asked for 35% instead of 25%. And they're like, oh, no, we normally only refer 20% fee. And I was like, that's not even common around here. It's usually at least minimum of 25%. I was like, I'm asking for 35% because this is an easy deal for you. I was like, listen, guys, if you don't want it, I'm going to call your competitor down the street. I'll look them up and I'll give the business to them. Do you want the business? You pay me a 35% referral fee, yes or no? I need to know now. So I got it for 35%. And good thing I did negotiate a little bit higher, but if I knew the laws, the international laws there, if I took this course and probably learned about it a little bit better, I would have known that their country, before they send out that money, that commission to me, their country takes right off the top. It's like 13 to 15%. I forget which one it was. So 13 or 15% of my commission, their country didn't allow that money to leave the country, because it was going to the United States, and that's how much they tax us. So good thing I at least negotiated a higher commission fee or rate, you know? So international property sales, if you want to learn about doing stuff like that, you take a course like this. CPM is great if you want to get involved in property management. That's a certified property management. That was created by BOMA, Building Owner Managers Association, in cooperation with IREM, the Institute of Real Estate Management. If you want to learn about brokerage management, take the CRB. CRS is great if you're in residential sales. I highly recommend you go after getting this one, although you're not going to get it immediately. You take the CRS class. This is one that they require you to do so much in sales first before you could claim the CRS designation, but at least you could take the class to get started. And then they also require you to take so many education classes every year to keep up on your education. But CRS agents typically earn about 35% more money per year than your average agent. They're more educated, and they become a member of the CRS referral network. CRS agents only refer business to other CRS agents. So you'll get that exclusive referrals that come directly to you. If somebody somewhere else in the world or in the United States, an agent wants to refer a buyer or seller in New Jersey, they'll look up their database and they'll see you being a CRS agent there. They call you up, they give you the business because you're more likely to be able to close that deal, to turn that lead into a sale. And, and they can be confident that they're not just throwing that lead away to some new agent maybe that doesn't even know how to contact people, or they're getting started and they're nervous and they never even contact anybody. So CRS agents, you become a member of that referral network too. So I recommend this one. Counselor of real estate, that's deal with teaching. Certified accredited appraiser, that's for appraisals. Here's one. Everything is green these days. Get your NAR green designation. Learn about green buildings in commercial real estate and residential. Graduate Realtor Institute. This could substitute taking a broker's class. It's about a $1,200 course. They kind of refer to it as a advanced degree in real estate, the GRI. And that's about all you need to know for a question at the end of this chapter, but probably not on exams. They refer to it as an advanced degree in real estate. It's called the GRI. Yes, Kelly, are you waving your hand at me or? Okay, go ahead, unmute yourself. Go ahead.
I had a question since we're talking about classes. The 6 classes that are required, continued education classes for our license.
12.
Are those expensive?
No, you could take all 12 classes with us for less than $100.
Oh, okay. Because you're talking about $1,200 classes. It just got me thinking. I was just curious.
Now, continuing education is different. You could take that at your own pace online, by just like watching a slideshow and answering a couple questions to make sure that you're still there,
Gotcha.
Okay, but this is different. These are designation courses. This teaches you the GRI teaches you basically, how to qualify buyers, how to work with buyers, how to work with sellers, teaches you touches a little bit on commercial real estate and property management. It's a little bit of this, a little bit of that, but no in-depth details of anything. So it's just another course that NAR created to push on you as an advanced degree in real estate. It's nonsense. Okay. You can find your okay, let's see, Performance Management Network. Okay, that's not for us. Association Certified Executives, that's not for us. Okay, Residential Accredited Appraiser, that's not for us. We're not appraisers. Here's one you could take, Seller's Representative. They teach you how to become a Seller's Representative Specialist, SRS. I took this one before, and I also took a Negotiation Specialist that they have, CNRE or something like that. Here's one for those that want to work in commercial and industrial real estate. Let's see, Society of Industrial and Office Space Realtors, SIOR. That's a good one to take. Here's a good one everybody should take. It's less than $100, at least it used to be, so don't quote me on that. This is a Seniors Real Estate Specialist. You could take this in one day. You could do it in person or online. And they teach you about the unique needs of seniors when they're empty nesters now. The kids all grew up, moved out. Now the seniors are just there. Sometimes they don't need to have that big house anymore. It teaches you how to deal with helping them downsize and find a new place, and deal with financing when they're maybe retired and no longer working, and how to pack up their stuff and get things moved when the seniors can't necessarily do that themselves. They may not be able to. It gives all kinds of resources in dealing with the unique special needs of seniors. And listen, you get business out of that. You do, because there could be, look, if you got a senior that's looking to downsize because they can't maintain the big house anymore, it's too expensive, you got to cut the grass and do all that stuff. So instead, you could help them sell their house and buy a new one. You're getting 2 deals out of it, Then we have At Home with Diversity. This is a class to learn about diversity in your community and how to promote it and whatnot. That's together with NAR and local housing authorities and such. Learn about how to do BPOs, similar to a CMA, except we do these for banks to make money. But remember, you have to get paid through your broker still. So make sure that you discuss this with your brokers that, hey, if I start working for you, if I do BPOs for banks and lenders, do I get to keep all of that money, or does that go according to our commission splits as well? Because this is work that I'm doing on my own. It has nothing really to do with the brokerage, but I need to have a real estate license to do a BPO. Some brokers say, no, that's all your money, you can keep it. Others say, well, no, it's got to go through us. We're getting a percentage of it, just like your commission split. So that's a question to ask if you're going to be doing BPOs for banks. And if you're pretty good with doing the BPOs and you're responsive with these banks and asset managers to do these BPOs, the broker price opinions, they may start giving you bank-owned properties as listings. Okay, so that's a pretty good class to take. There's also another one. It's not here. It's not a NAR course. It's called CDPE, cdpe.com. That's a Certified Distressed Property Expert. I took that course and got that designation years ago. But then the guy shut down the school and closed down that whole operation. And now it looks like he packaged it up and sold it to somebody. So you got a new owner of it. I don't know if the course is as good or as in depth or offers the same things as it used to, but there used to be a lot of weight behind the CDPE designation when dealing with banks. That's Certified Distressed Properties, dealing with foreclosures and short sales and communicating with banks. If you got that designation, they know that you had training and you know your stuff and what you're doing, and you're not just trying to wing it, so it was easier to deal with the asset managers and the banks. So those are two classes you could take for that, the BPO or the CDPE. And then you have the Certified Real Estate Team Specialist. Remember, Kelly, you're talking about you wanted to join a team or start a team or something. This will teach you a little bit about that, the CRETs, Certified Real Estate Team Specialists. So there's a course you could take. Now, let me give you that link right now. You can click on it and then see if this is something you want to take there. So that's the link to this page. And then you could scroll down and go to the CRETs, the Certified Real Estate Team Specialist, and you could get that info. Here, if you want to learn about social media marketing, become a digital marketing specialist. There you go. They teach you about that. Or ePro teaches you how to integrate technology in the real estate business, from everything from using things like drones to using these 3D cameras that will that'll take pictures of entire rooms to do virtual tours, do floor plans for you, and all kinds of neat stuff like that by using equipment and software, and teaches you about third-party websites and different software and tools that are available. This one was only about $100 or $150 to take this one. Back in the day anyway. So that's also a decent, or was a decent class anyway. I'm not sure today. We'll see. ePro, home finance resource. So you can learn about all kinds of financial options available to buyers, and you could guide them through the financial process of acquiring, to get financing to buy their properties. Inside sales agents, these are for working for big corporations and stuff, sometimes helping people relocate and whatnot, but this could help build your career a bit, becoming an inside sales agent. What about dealing with luxury homes? You want to deal with them mansions and them richy houses? Become a luxury homes, get your luxury home certification. You got to market properties in a totally different way when you're dealing with expensive homes and mansions, of luxury homes. These days, people call everything luxury. Hey, we got luxury apartments, and they're really like low-income apartments, So they throw around the words too much. When you throw around words too much, they lose their meaning, but for real luxury homes. You don't advertise them in the same place that you advertise. You don't put them in those little homes magazines that you put on the stand in ShopRite or in the local newspaper. You know, you gotta advertise them in places where those rich people look. You know, there's something called Tom's Guide, and there is the DuPont Registry, and you know, Tom's Guide, I think, is all kinds of electronics, doodads, and real estate and stuff. It's a magazine that's published, and they put them on private jets. You know, there's all kinds of stuff like that, kinds of resources like that you may learn about in a course like this. But still, there's going to be more to learn that's not covered in that too. But but you can learn about a lot of those things here. How about this one? Becoming a military relocation professional. You know, military families, they often move a lot. They get relocated a lot. So this will teach you actually how to deal with the relocation of the family. Look, the military personnel, they can move their furniture and assets, not necessarily through a moving company. They could use the military transport things when they need to move. They could put that stuff on, you know, those military planes and get them flown around. But either way, to learn about how to deal with the financing, because there's certain benefits military personnel get they could get these you know, the military loans through the VA loans with no money down, and how to relocate and all that stuff. This teaches you about the specific needs of military family members. And this is actually a really good designation to get. And you're being a little patriotic there. You're helping your military families, you know, have a nice, easy transition. Because often it is tough being the family members of somebody who's in the military. You know, because they're always away, you're always worrying about them, and now you got to do stuff on your own. This, at least you could step in, you could help them navigate the system. Pricing strategy advisor, here's another thing similar to that Ottawa class I taught you about, right? The OTTEAU. That's the New Jersey appraisers that are a group of appraisers that are teaching you how to appraise properties. Well, they have some sort of a thing that shows you how to value properties by doing CMAs and things like that as well. It's called the Pricing Strategy Advisor. Okay, so this is an actual designation you get that you could put on your business cards and your advertising materials. If you just take the class with Ottawa, there's no designation there. They just teach you the skills. So you could take that. You could actually take both of these classes, you know. And then this way, you take this one, you got some kind of a logo or letters you could put on your business cards and advertising as well. Real estate investing. So if you're dealing with investors, they teach you the ins and outs of some of the real estate investing. Here's another one that I took. I was telling you about the real estate negotiation expert. This is actually a 2-day class. But it's a decent class. You could get some stuff out of it. It wasn't stellar, but it was decent. And at least now you learn some new negotiation strategies. What about if you want to deal with vacation properties and resorts? This teaches you about that, the resorts and second home property specialist. Short sale foreclosure resource. This is similar to that CDPE I told you about. This is one that NAR has called the Short Sales and Foreclosure Specialist, or Short Sales and Foreclosure Resource, similar to the CDPE Certified Distressed Property Expert class. Well, what about getting a smart home certification with all the technology that goes into homes these days, from, you know, the Google Nest and the Ring doorbells and all that stuff? Which, by the way, I heard in the news this morning on I saw, I think it was on social media, I saw it from New Jersey 1015, or it was from NJ.com. It was one of those that they were talking about that, you know, how Ring Doorbell has this, they have a site where people can share their footage on it so that for tracking criminal activity in an area that was caught on the Ring doorbells to alert your neighbors, hey, look out for this, look out for that. And
I didn't know that.
And police can also make requests of when there's crimes and reports of crimes. They can make requests from people who have Ring doorbells if they could access their Ring doorbell footage so that they could use it in criminal prosecutions and investigations. Well, Ring doorbell just announced today that they're no longer going to cooperate with law enforcement to do that. I guess Ring gone woke, right? Why would you not want to cooperate with such things? It's to help the neighborhood out. I mean, just last month, we were having issues in the area in the section of town over here. But I found out from other people I spoke to that live in other neighboring towns that they also dealt with this. I had somebody that told me that somebody was tried breaking into the house after they broke into their car. They tried breaking into the house, and then their alarm went off and scared them away. And they got into this little red, I forget what kind of car it was, but whatever. They got into this red car and they took off. And then I had a couple of people I told about that. I posted it online, but then I spoke to a couple of people like on pool teams that I play on, and they were like, same thing happened in my neighborhood in Rawway. Same thing happened in my neighborhood in Clark. It's probably those same people. Yep. So they go from town to town over here in the different areas. It's the same car, and they're breaking into cars, robbing cars, and going and trying to break into houses too with the family, but it was caught on Ring doorbells. It was shared. Neighbors talk to each other. I started talking to people and they're like, oh, yeah. So we know it's all the same people. It's the same group. But now they're not even going to be sharing that.
That's not, yeah, and I agree with you because that's what happened to my neighbor. We had a few incidents, and thank God she had her Ring camera, and the police asked, and she said yes, and they looked at the surveillance and so forth, and it helped tremendously. They really caught the person that would really.
Yeah, so it's kind of Ring's not going to cooperate with police. What's the reasoning behind that?
Yeah, that's not.
I thought you're a security. You got a security doorbell. Now you don't want to have security.
Yeah.
All right, so let's get past Ring. Okay, so now we also have, let's see, National Association of Real Estate Brokers. That was the African American Association of Realtors. Their members are called Realtists. Anybody can join it. Me, look at me, milk toast over here. I could join. I could join it. I'm a white guy. I could join the African American Association of Realtors. Doesn't matter. Anybody can. If they denied me membership, well, that would be what do you call the term? It's not racist. Not the racist. It's discriminatory. There we go.
Discriminatory.
So I could join this. I could join the Hispanic Association. I could join the Women's Council. I'm not a woman. I could join the Asian Association. I could join the African American Association. Okay. There are laws against people being not allowed to join. It's all about inclusion, not exclusion. All right. Now, we also have the New Jersey Realtors. Okay, so here's the link for the New Jersey Realtors. Okay, so you should keep track of some of these websites. Here's one of them. Yeah, it's a good resource because they also have. I have another link to the New Jersey Realtors website. Here it is. It's legal. So if you have any legal questions, is this legal? Can I do that? Can I do this in advertising? Can I do this in the business? Well, you could actually post questions there on this page. And New Jersey Association of Realtors staff attorneys will post answers to it. And now you have a database of all kinds of questions that people ask. Here, I'll show you. Here, I'll show you what it is. So it's called the New Jersey Legal Resource Q&A database here. So I'm going to click on that. And let's go to the browser here. Okay, I need to put in my password and my login. Hold on one second while I look that up, okay? Okay, so here is the New Jersey legal. This is on the New Jersey Realtors website. Okay, if we just go to njrealtor.com, that's a link you should make a notation of. And so I'm logged into it already. I should be logged in here. And you go down here to the legal library, or just go to legal. What was the link there? Legal.nj. Let me see, I have it in the slideshow. Legal.njrealtor.com. Okay. If you click on that, it takes you to here. I just enter my email and password, log in. And it takes you to the resource library where you could search for specific topics here and questions, or you could click here and ask a new question, look at the top categories, or here you could just go look at latest questions asked or top categories where people ask questions about. Let me see, offer accepted, no more showings, buying a home in a 55 plus community, if the buyer's under 55 years old. It looks like somebody asked a question. Can a buyer younger than 55 years old purchase a property in a 55 plus community? See, this is a question people may have. And if they're going to rent it out to 55 plus tenants and the community allows rentals, can each individual homeowners association, okay, there's more to it, so let's just read it. Determine any restrictions on the age of the buyer. Okay, so let's take a look at see what the answer of the attorneys put in there, because this question was asked January 9th, 2024. The Housing for Older Persons Act permits communities to limit the occupancy of homes within age restrictions within communities to individuals who have attained certain age, either 55, that's a 55 plus community, or 62 for senior housing. Similarly, a New Jersey law requires that all purchasers or grantees of homes in age-restricted communities certify that the home will be occupied by individuals who meet those age restrictions. Neither the federal nor state law requires the non-occupant owner or grantee to meet an age restriction as a prerequisite in purchasing or obtaining title to property within an age-restricted community. Now, I heard something on the radio not long ago, last year, that I think it was in Matawan, that Matawan just passed an ordinance in their town that said that if you're going to be buying in a age-restricted community, you needed to be of a certain age. So I guess it depends on the laws of the town, but there's no state law or federal law on it, but the towns, I guess, would determine that. Because you were getting a Matawan, I think, has a lot of these housing for older persons there. And what happens is you're getting people that are younger, that are investors, they're buying in there, and then they're jacking up the prices and charging seniors more for living in a senior community. Kind of like, it's kind of the opposite intention of having a senior community. The whole purpose of it is to have more affordable housing for the seniors. So they get these cheap houses and then they end up jacking up the prices. So, that being said, New Jersey Realtors is aware of homeowners associations, municipalities, enacted government documents and ordinances that require the new owner to meet certain age restrictions. Like I just said. And even if the owner would not be occupying the home. So in New Jersey, Realtors position that HOA regulations or municipal ordinances which prohibit non-occupant individuals under 55 or 62 from owning a home in an age-restricted community, even when they certify that the occupant will meet the age requirements, violate federal and state laws. For this reason, New Jersey Realtors is currently challenging the legality of one such ordinance in court. The matter is currently before the New Jersey Appellate Court. Okay, so New Jersey Realtors has a legislative branch. They got the legal, and they're always fighting issues in courts to try to protect property owners and buyers and renters and such of all kinds of issues, from laws that politicians are putting forth or activists are putting forth or whatever that could harm homeowners or buyers or renters. So we actually have a very active legislative action committee. But look, there's all kinds of questions in this database. It's pretty cool. What about this one? Can rent be prepaid by a tenant in New Jersey? Do you guys know what the maximum security deposit landlord can charge by law in New Jersey? Do you guys know if a landlord, if a tenant can prepay rent in New Jersey? Can they be required to pay the first month and last month's rent in advance in New Jersey? Well, let's find out. Any prepaid funds held to secure for future rents are considered to be part of the security deposit. This includes the last month's rent. It doesn't matter how the prepaid funds are labeled. Courts have determined that advance rents in excess of 1.5 times the monthly rental payment violate the security deposit law. The landlord may only require 1.5 times the tenant's monthly rent as security and the first month's rent at the inception of the lease. The landlord may not require more than 2.5 times monthly rent at the inception of the lease. This includes the security deposit and the first month's rent. So they can't. There you go. So let me ask you a question after we just read that. Can a landlord charge a tenant pet security? Not if it exceeds the 1.5 times monthly security deposit. If they already collected 1.5 times monthly rent as security deposit from you, they cannot charge any additional security deposit, no matter how it is labeled. It still violates the 1.5 month security deposit law. And if the landlord did that and you're a tenant and you know your rights, you could take your landlord to court and the landlord will be required to pay you back double the entire security deposit. Oh, John. All right.
Oh,
But this is an interesting resource. You guys will not have access to this until you become members of the Realtor Association now. So I'll give you the links, but it's not going to do you any good right now. You need to log in to get access to this. But if you have any questions, I could always type them in and look at them for you.
let me, well, I got real quick. Well, I'll try to be real quick anyway. Speaking of a senior, I have a girlfriend that her mom they moved her in this building in Rawway. Years ago, it used to be called the old folks home when we were growing up.
Yeah.
And then it was changed to the senior building. So anyway, she's lived there for quite some years, and she was happy. They had all type of entertainment, and they went to Atlantic City and blah 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 blah. So since over the years, it has declined. No more this, no more this, no more this, right? And now they're having all kind of, according to her, people that are moving in and out the building. They're shutting all the things down. No more entertainment, no more this, no more that. And they go to these so-called association meetings and so forth. But she claims that her mom, when she asks, they're like, "Oh no, there's no changes, there's nothing going on," but yet there is. And then they have hearsay that they no longer can just have to put seniors in. It's anybody with disabilities. And she said she's uncomfortable. She's ready to just move. But I said, I don't know. I haven't heard of any new law. Are they doing away with all the senior?
No.
I don't know.
No, that's the management of whatever's going on over there.
That's what I figured. Yeah. That's what I said too. I said, no, there's something that's, going on. So I never heard of anything. So
the New Jersey Realtor website also has, in addition to questions like that, they got their own school. They got their own version of real estate school as well. You can take classes and stuff with them too. But they also have our dues pay for this. Well, let's look at a couple things. They have RPAC auctions, invest in RPAC.
Oh, wow.
We have online forms. Now, there's also inventory, like over here, they give you inventory, a look of the real estate inventory in the market. You could view some market statistics and research that they post up here for us. But if you go to their online form system, our realtor dues that we pay will give us access to this online contract form system where we can create digital contracts. Now, I created a shortcut to this. This is njrealtor.com/zipform. I often forget that name, so I don't know. I don't know what it is. I can't remember it for the life of me. So I just bought a domain name and I pointed it to it. That it takes me to the same exact place. I called it NJR Forms or njrforms.com. For New Jersey Realtor Forms.com. And look, we're still on the same page. It took me here. The only thing is now it has the domain name up there, but it takes the same place. Boom, there you go. It forwarded us right back to here again. So it's just an easier way to remember. So that's a shortcut for you guys if you guys want to remember how to get here. Instead of typing all this in, you can just type in njrforms.com.
Okay.
I think I even put that here in the slideshow. Yeah. So I put njrforms.com. And your realtor dues also pay for a free tool called NAR RPR. It's a tool that helps you put together presentations for buyers tours or sellers CMAs. You could do market research. You could search multiple MLSs that you may be a member of, all through one search engine, through one tool. And it's free. It's included in your dues. And so this is narrpr.com. So let's first discuss this. Okay, the contract form system, we log into it. And then this is how we could create our digital contracts, send them out for digital signatures. License agreement. Okay, so something happening here. Sure, I agree without reading it. I don't know what I just agreed to, but okay.
Well, they say congratulations, so.
All right, well, happy anniversary. Okay,
Go.
all right, whatever. Okay, let's close this out for now. Uh-oh, something happened. Now I got to log into this. All right, I'll figure it out later. Anyway, we have our contract form system that's included in our realtor dues. I'll pay for it with the digital signatures that you could send out, or you could generate contracts. And then if you need to go back into them and make changes, you don't have to go retype the whole contract up. You just pull up the contract that you made for the client and just go in there, make edit, and then print out the new contract again, or send it out for digital signatures, but setting up digital signatures is a little bit of a pain in the ass. It's easy for our clients to use because they just click here and there, but to set it up is kind of a pain. But if you're printing out the contracts, it's a lot more straightforward and easy, and it has all these forms and disclosures and stuff there that we need. Okay, so what was that other thing that I was getting at here in that contract form system? Oh, let me see. njrforms.com. Let's have to get back to the website there. Okay. Okay, so there hasn't really been any updates since 2022 in the contract form systems overall. Okay, but let's see. Membership, government affairs, research. I don't know if there was a point I was going to make about something. Research calculators, government affairs. Okay, so in the government affairs, you can see all kinds of local issues that our political action committee gets on. There's things about advertising rules, all kinds of stuff. But let's see some of the local issues. Sign ordinance. This is one that came up a couple of years ago because I remember Edison put up this, they passed a sign ordinance in Edison. You know how people put up bandit signs that they staple things for sale and services on telephone poles and trees, and it becomes a mess. Well, they created an ordinance that says that any signs that are placed throughout the town need to have a permit, and people who don't get permits for them, they get like over $1,000 fine. And they never carved out there an exception for real estate open house signs. We put them out all over, leading to open houses on Sundays, right? But and nobody ever notified the Realtors Association that this was coming up for debate, so they actually passed the law. Now, once the law is passed, it's very hard to overturn it or make changes. But that first Sunday after they passed the law, all these real estate agents were having their signs confiscated by the town, and each sign was like a $1,200 fine or whatever it was. And the anger and the freaking out by all the real estate agents contacting the Realtors Association, it was crazy. So the Realtors Association and their attorneys reached out to the mayor of the town, and they managed to negotiate a modified change that did not work that great to our benefit, but at least allowed us to put out open house signs. No more than 2 hours before the open house, and they have to be removed no later than 2 hours after the open house. Otherwise, you still get those fines. So that's what that works. So let's see. Signs are a top concern with real estate industry, right? And so Let's see, you have to check with the local towns. What did they do here? New Jersey has worked with officials in each of the following municipalities to advocate ordinances to allow signs or defeat those which prohibit them pertaining to real estate agents and those open houses and such. Let me see.
Oh, wow.
Edison. See, I told you they worked on that Edison one, but here's a bunch of towns that did stuff like that. Now that's just the one that deals with us. How about certificates of occupancy? You know, increasing in certificate of approval, fire inspections. Okay. We had sprinkler systems and all kinds of other legislation, rent control laws, short-term rental laws, age-restricted housing. The Realtors Association works on some of these things. Where's a lot of the past issues? Let's see the government issues, state issues. There we go.
Oh.
BPOs, CMAs. Okay, that we're able to do that and not considered doing appraisals. So we fought with the appraisal industry on that. Private Well Testing Act. We fought to allow income tax deduction of $500 for homeowners to test their water who have private wells. Realtors Association also fights to try to keep the property taxes low, and they put a cap on how much they can raise the taxes every year. Actually, Governor Christie was the one that imposed that. And then, see, look at it, they're taking the credit for that. Governor Christie actually did that. And then the SALT tax thing, that actually President Trump did something about that. It's amazing. People attack the politicians and then later on take credit for it. Okay, independent contractors. Well, this is still being attacked by our current administration, and all kinds of legislation going in about that. Let's see, lead paint stuff, consumer fraud laws, limited liability insurance company, Daniels Law. What is that pertaining to?
What's that?
The privacy of certain law enforcement. Oh, yeah, this just went into effect too, not long ago. Yeah, 2022.
Never heard about that.
Daniels Law is basically a law that goes into effect that shields judges, officers of the court, and police officers and undercover police officers and drug enforcement agents from their private information being publicly available so that people can track down where they live and then just start posting it on websites all over the place.
Okay.
But the problem with this now includes that for real estate even and tax records, if they work in law enforcement and they sign up for this database to be excluded from public databases, now their information is not researchable and you can't find them anywhere. So it's got its own challenges to it too. And their family members neither. Okay, let's see, real estate licensing laws, updates, and there was a lot of other legislation. This one's not about the houses so much though. We actually had a lot of New Jersey legislature that was passed and modified because of, or stopped because of the New Jersey Realtors legal committee for things about where bus stops can be placed. You know, some people don't want a bus stop right in front of their house, you know, so where bus stops can be placed, how often they can be placed. We got legislation about sprinkler system and inspection requirements and all kinds of stuff like that when you're selling a house, which would put an undue burden on the homeowners and buyers. There's all kinds of things like that. That's what I was looking for here, but I'm not going to waste more time on that. There's all kinds of resources and things that are good that the New Jersey Realtors Association does do. Now, if we go to our main page here on NewJerseyRealtor.com, so you guys are going to be members of 3 associations, the local one, whichever your broker is a member of, the state one, which is NJRealtor.com, and NAR, National Association of Realtors. So the good things that we get with the state is we get this legal library, we get online form systems included in our dues, and that RPR. You also get market statistics and stuff, but that's not that in depth or update that great. And here we go. Government issues, federal issues, memberships, statistics, profiles. Okay, so some calculators. Let's affordability calculators, biweekly mortgage calculators, rate comparison calculators. Here's a good one, the realty transfer fee. Although I like to use the one that's on the state's website. You could figure out the RTF, the realty transfer fee. That's actually a tax. Now, normally, like if you're out there and you buy a product, the buyer pays a tax on the product that they buy. When you're selling a house in New Jersey, it's actually the homeowner that's selling the house pays the tax. They call it a realty transfer fee. And certain people can get lower fees that they have to pay if they're disabled, if they're low income, if they're seniors. So how much would you pay on a house if it's $400,000 on the tax? 400, 1, 2, 3. Let's take a look. You'd pay $3,215 in tax when selling a $400,000 house. Okay. This calculator is not that great. It doesn't give you the full breakdown. There's other calculators out there that give you the full breakdown, and you could select if the person's a senior or not, if they're disabled or not. So there's better ones out there, and I think I do have links to them on some forms on some slideshows later on. By the way, you can see there's a lot of resources that could be useful here that you could integrate, use, borrow, use on your own websites, what have you.
This is cool.
Now, there's also this NAR RPR. It's an app you could download on your cell phone, or you could use it here on the website as well. Let me see. I have to get my login again. Hold on one sec. Find out what my login is. So anyway, this is NAR RPR. It's a mobile app. You can look it up. It's available for Android or Apple phones. And they have a website, narrpr.com. They have a blog there too that has all kinds of training videos, how to use the resources here. Just looking up my login, I'm sorry. The same login? No, that's not it. Yeah. One more chance at a login. Let's see before this locks me out. Hold on a second. Hopefully I get it.
I'm gonna grab a drink. I'll be right back.
Sure thing. All right, unfortunately, I can't get into it right now because I forgot my login. Oh, wait, let me see. Forget your password. Yes. Okay, let's reset it.
Okay.
Sorry, we can't find your email address. What do you mean you can't find it? Oh, using the wrong email address. That's why. Duh. Well, let's try this one more time. There we go. I got it. I got in. Yep. Woot, woot, woot. All right, so narrpr.com here. This is pretty cool tool here for us.
Oh.
Now the mobile app, if you're standing in front of a house and you open up the app, it tells you if you're standing in front of a house that's listed for sale, it automatically opens up. It sees your GPS location and it uses the MLS data, and it automatically opens up the house's information that you're standing in front of, which is really cool. You don't even have to do a search. If you're using the app online here, you could do all kinds of research too. You can hover over houses here, shows you what's in the area. You could see the images and stuff. You could click on full details. You could find out all the details about a property.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
I doubt it's 1 million square feet, but okay. So something's wrong with that. It gives you, see, this is the list price, and it gives you an automated valuation estimate of what it should be. So based on other sales in the area, the RVM is a calculation. Now, those it's kind of like those Zestimates that they give on Zillow, but this is actually a little bit better because it's more accurate. It uses the realtors' data that they put in, but yet nothing beats an actual CMA of human intervention from doing the pricing of individual properties. But obviously, this house is overlisted according to this realtor's valuation model, which is estimated to be 629. They get it at 739, so they're 100 grand over. And the realtor's valuation even went up 10,000 in the last month. So and the confidence level of the pricing and all that stuff. It's a pretty cool tool. You can put together net sheets, redefine the value, do the CMA. You can make adjustments and modifications to the property's details and comparables. You can see listing agency, what MLS the data is coming from, the details of the property. Okay, you can also look up map location of the area. You can see the street, satellite image, historic history. You can see the listing, history of the listing. Okay, I guess it's no history on that one. Pull up the map, see what other homes are going for and valued at in the area.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, you could do overlays. You see what's in the area, driving distance. You could, add information based on data layers, walkability scores and such, which New Jersey, most places don't have a great walkability score. Market trends, redefine value, CMA, neighborhood information.
Okay.
Comparisons to other neighboring towns. A lot of this information and even more you could also get from a website called City Data. I think it's city-data.com or .org or something. Let me see. City-data.com. Yeah, this is it. City-data.com. You put in a zip code over there, you could find out all the information about a town, and they tell you everything. You got information overload on this website if people want to do research. Look, they even got the sex offender list for all the states, neighborhoods, schools, city information. They got forums where people can ask questions. And you as a real estate agent, I created a login with myself there and a tagline with my website, my company name, my phone number, and all that stuff. So every post I make, it has my information on there. So now you got a website with a high value in the search engines linking back to your website, and this is how you build traffic up too. And you could answer people's questions, and sometimes they reach out to you and you get buyers or sellers based on them seeing that you're active and you know your stuff in these forums on websites like Zillow, Trulia, City Data, Realtor.com, etc. So let's put in an example. Give me a zip code. Give me a town zip code.
07066.
Yeah.
Which town?
Clark.
07066. Okay, so let's look at Clark. So you could also just type in the name of the town there too. And look, it comes up with all kinds of information about the town itself, first of all. How many houses and condos and the percentage of renters versus the state's average overall. The land area, water area in the town, population sizes, and average incomes. Let's see, what is this? Distribution of residents by age, property tax averages in the town, profiles of local businesses. Okay, males versus females. There's 50.7% males in the town, 49.3% females. Oh my God, there's only two genders. Okay, anyway, let's see, high school and higher, bachelor's degree, employment. Okay, so the type of education people have there. This is all information gathered from census, people who have been never married. So you got 27% single people, folks. Let's see, now married, separated, widowed, divorced. You can see charts on all this stuff. You can see people most real estate websites, you're not going to see this stuff, the demographics, because that's irrelevant to searching for a home. You can see what the local towns are in the area, the overlay, the outline of the town. They even get into climate here, so let's see, the median home value prices, average for 2020 tax years that people filed their incomes in the area, and all kinds of breakdowns on that stuff. Let's see, you could find out tornado activity, and I mean, this page goes on and on.
Goodness.
Let's see, owner occupied, number of vehicles people have.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Let's see, housing units and structures by types, subways, elevated, travel times to certain places. Let's see, household types by relationship status. It's got all kinds of breakdowns. Let's see, major facilities with environmental interests. Oh boy. Types of utilities people use, place of birth for U.S. born, this state, North. Okay, I don't know. You got to go into this stuff, but it's got all kinds of information. We didn't even get into the climate stuff yet. Let me see. Loans approved. Okay. I mean, and the businesses in there. So there's all kinds of information that's in this stuff on this website. It's pretty cool. city-data.com. Anyway.
Yeah.
It's interesting resources. But that NARRPR.com is a great tool. And on your cell phones too, you download the app. There, you could also go to, I think it's blog.narrpr. It's available for Apple and Android phones. I got a folder on my cell phone just called real estate apps, and I got all kinds of things. And you can see I got the RPR one right here. Oh, so I don't know if you can see it. I got the RPR one right here. So
yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
You can just see what the logo looks like.
Mm-hmm.
It's too bright. Come on.
I saw it for a second.
Yeah, I saw it for a split second. All right. Anyway, So I'm going to click on it and I'm going to open it.
Ah,
Opens up. So let me log in here with my thumbprint. Oh, I went into the commercial. Let me go into residential. Last I was looking for commercial, so okay. Go in the commercial. Residential. Okay. So now if I just open up the app and I'm in residential, it knows I'm on Sunnyfield Drive because that's where I live, you know, and it pulls up right where I am at. It pulls up how many homes are
oh
available.
gosh.
8 for sale, 4 for lease, within a half mile, because I got it set for within a half mile of my location. 8 properties for sale, 4 for lease, 4 new for sale, 2 new for lease, 29 recently sold, and 2 distressed properties. And so I could also just click on a button over here and it'll show you a map. It'll bring up the map and show you where those properties are located.
Yeah, I see that too. Oh, that's cool.
Okay. And if I click on any of these, or I could zoom in with my fingers, I could see what's near my house. You know, I like where the values are going right here. Good for me anyway. $665,000. Damn. Yeah, just a couple of years ago, they're going for half that. Holy crap. Right around the corner from me. Geez, 519,000. Okay.
Oh,
Looks like the price went down on that one. My next door neighbor, they bought it for over 600,000. You know, New Yorkers moving in.
yeah, what's going on? You know, it's funny you say that because we were riding just the other day and my husband said, what's up with, is it just me? All these apartment buildings? I said, I see a lot. I mean, I heard that they were doing a lot by the train station originally, but what does this all mean?
What, all these luxury apartments, rental up for sale? Well, look what's going on in our country. We got wide open borders. We got shortages of housing. A lot of this stuff is going to be for illegals and the illegal aliens, and the government's going to pay for the first 2 years' rent. When I say the government doesn't have money. You are going to pay for it with your tax dollars, okay? At least with the current administration and their plan, and they're do nothing. They're fighting against this, against us securing our borders. And we're going to have to pay it. Right now, we're housing people in schools and stuff. They're trying to increase the population because if you noticed, a lot of this stuff is dealing with politics. This is a perfect example of why we need to be aware of what's going on in politics in real estate. You may not have any interest whatsoever in politics, and I don't blame you. It's so dirty and stupid. But you know, there's no more patriots anymore that care about our country. They're all about themselves and their dollars and their power. So right now, what you're seeing is current administration is ignoring the border. We don't need new border laws. We just need to enforce the current ones that we have. You know, sure, can immigration laws be tweaked? Sure, you can do that over time. There's no reason to stop enforcing any laws whatsoever, though, until we do it. But that's the mentality that they're doing right now. But why? If you noticed in the last election, during the last election season, between the last election season, the congressional district maps have been redrawn, showing how many, and this is done like every 10 years, showing how many people in Congress, the number of people in Congress is directly tied to the population of areas. So they're trying to flood the area with illegal aliens, trying to get them in there. Now, I heard yesterday on the news, there was some Republican that's trying to put forth legislation that says that when redrawing these maps, you cannot count people who are here illegally, because that would possibly force these politicians to stop what they're doing right now and actually force them to start now enforcing the law, because there's no benefit for them not to enforce our borders. So it all has to deal with population and borders, because in the last redrawing of it, the Democratic Party lost a lot of politician seats in some states in Congress because the people fled their areas, and they so they lost population. And if you look at the population, there's no reason for an additional congressman or woman. So they lost congressional seats. And so now they're like, oh, we got to get them back. How do we get them back? Let's import people. Because people that were already here know our politics, and they know that the crime goes up. We know that we mismanage money, we rob people blind, and the taxes go up. And so they're leaving to go to Florida or Texas or other places like that. They're leaving California in masses. They're leaving Illinois in masses. So knowing this and being aware of certain politics like this could give you insight in the real estate industry and where we're going. If you ever go to that Ottawa class about valuation of properties, they also teach you about what is coming up in the coming quarter in New Jersey for this area. And then they explain why and how they come up with that. See, they're very big on data and breaking down to the finest details of data. And that's why all those Fortune 500 companies put a lot of value in their analysis and reports. It's based on facts, not political ideals or social agendas or any of that. It's based on facts and figures. And that's what real business people care about.
Yeah, that's what I like, facts.
Yeah. And if you're in the real estate industry, you need to know what's happening so you can better prepare on how you're going to shift your business model to handle what's coming,
Absolutely.
Target your marketing better, change what you're going to be doing and expecting. So those classes are great for that because they go over all of those details and they break everything down there. And I forget what other point I was trying to make there. So let's move on. Okay. So anyway, we got the NAR RPR, we got the njrforms.com, which just leads to forwards to that contract form system. That's a shortcut domain that I made up. We have SFR. Here's some of these designation courses that we already went over. That CMA workshop I told you about. We had that SFR, but let me add another one on there because we also have that CDPE came back about again, and I forgot about that. So, or the CDPE.com. That's the Certified Distressed Property Expert. www.cdpe.com. That's Certified Distressed Property Expert. Yeah, I could, another one here. Certified Expert. So that's another certification course that you could take, and obviously that drew it down a little bit, so we're gonna have to make it so that we can read it. Come on. Come on, menu. For some reason, it doesn't allow me to make updates when you guys can see it. Okay, here we go. Now I can see it. So let me put the fill in there. And we'll use the eyedropper. Now I can share it with you again. And let's see. So there's also another class here, two classes actually. This is an excellent one, is not related at all or created by NAR. It's a certified new home specialist and certified residential construction certified. Teaches you how to deal with new construction. A lot of real estate agents don't get involved in this because they don't know anything about it. They figure it's too difficult and they don't know how to learn about it. So this teaches you, you know what? There's a video on the next slide where the lady explains it to you. So I'm going to let her do all the explaining for you or for me. And let's get into that. Let me just update our slide, our class links Word document slide though. Yeah. And now we can get into that. Okay, so.
Hi, I'm Teresa Walsh, and I want to thank you for taking a few minutes with me to learn about our national designation training, residential construction certified and certified new home specialist. Now, I know you're here because you want to learn about new home sales, new home opportunities out there. Well, I'm excited to tell you that our training is going to not only open your eyes to the opportunities in there, in your market area, we're going to teach you how to do the business right. Because you know what? You don't get a second chance to make that first impression. One way you could get into the new homes arena is builder representation. We're going to teach you how to identify these small, medium-sized builders, how to sell your services to the builders, most importantly, be a success. So for example, if you find one of these small, medium-sized builders, they have 25, 35 home sites, you know you have 25, 35 paychecks coming your way. You can't do that in resale. Another massive opportunity in new homes is new home buyer representation. It's interesting. I talk to a lot of real estate professionals. We attend these national real estate conventions, and it doesn't occur to the majority of real estate professionals to market themselves as a new home buyer representative. Let's capture these buyers before they go to the builders. Be known as the go-to agent in new home sales. You can't sell a buyer what you're comfortable selling. You have to sell that buyer what's right for them. So many agents steer buyers to resale because they're not comfortable talking new homes. They don't want to wait for their commission. But again, it's all about building that pipeline, creating your referral.
By the way, if you are going to have buyers you're working with and they're starting to go to new builders, new construction model homes and stuff on their own, make sure you give them a couple of your business cards and you tell them that before they sign in there, make sure that they sign in with writing on that sign-in sheet that they're working with a realtor and what your name is. And then that they attach a business card or give a business card to the person there, one of your business cards. Because if they end up buying a house that's new construction from a builder and they never wrote your information down on the sign-in sheet when you went to see that new construction, the builder will not pay a commission to the buyer's agent. But if they put them in the sign-in sheet, then they will. Okay, so that's an important little factor to there to know. But she's talking about getting the listings or dealing with the buyers looking for new homes. So marketing yourself as a new home specialist. Now, why is this valuable? Continue listening to her.
Oh, business, because when you can demonstrate value to your buyers, you're going to get loyalty. They're going to tell their friends, and where you go, building a name for yourself and your market as the go-to agent for new homes. And one last massive opportunity is infill construction. This is tear down, rebuild opportunities. Investors are looking to invest their money in these projects. We're going to teach you how to identify the opportunities, how to package these deals, and participate in the success of these projects. So I've shared a few things with you today. I'm super excited to tell you that our training is all online. So it's available whenever you are. You create a username and password, log in whenever you want. If it's 20 minutes today, an hour next week. But when you're done with those full 22 hours of training, you've earned 2 national designations, residential construction certified, which teach you all the parts and pieces of a home from the ground up. We're in an HGTV world. You need to understand the product that you're selling. Certified New Home Specialist is going to share some of the ideas I shared with you today and then some. We had a national organization do an independent study, and they found that agents that have our national certified new home specialist designation on average earn $53,000 more per year. You have nothing to lose. We have a full 90-day money-back guarantee. That means go through the full 22 hours of training. If you are not thrilled, if you don't feel you're going to be able to go out there, make it happen, give us a call. We will give you a full refund. So I want to thank you again for spending a few minutes with me today. And I hope that you're going to look at investing in your future and taking new home sales and making it a part of your real estate career. Thank you again so much, and I wish you all the best.
It's not a bad deal. You pay for the training. They'll give you a full refund if you just say you don't like it. All right. Now, if you actually go to them, they actually even have a few more designations now and classes that you could take if you actually go to this link on their website. It's these 2 designations, but they also have some additional ones in their package deals. And they are cheaper than when I bought them. I mean, when I got them, they were available only on books. And so I got some of them right here, right now in front of me, actually. So I don't make money. I'm not associated to them. But see, when I was a member of AC Real Estate, see the Certified New Home Specialist, I took that one, and the RCC. You know, I got these courses. I took them as well myself. But back when I took them, they were like $2,000. You know, so it's a lot cheaper now. It's about half that now, or actually less than half that now, I think. So it's a great class to take, especially if it's refundable, right?
Hi, I'm Teresa.
All right, and that was it. All right, so we got all those links there now. I added them to this new you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go to our shared Google Drive right now, and I'm going to add the, let me see, shared Google Drive, supplemental materials. Oh, wait, no, I'll put them in the same folder where we got our class links Word document. So
Okay.
let me try to share this with you so you guys can see what I'm doing here. So here in the shows and links used in class, we have our class links Word document there right now. Let me share in there. I'm going to add the, what the hell did I do with it? There it is. Relocated on the opposite side of my screen. I'm going to add a new class links file right now. You see I'm dragging and dropping and adding it in there. This is the new one where, as I'm going through the slideshows, I'm copying all those links that we're using in class, and I keep adding them. So what I'll do is I'll keep updating the one that's on my desktop, and then I'll just drag and drop it and upload it every day here. So we're adding in all those links. So all those training links and all that stuff that we've been going over, that I've been sending some of this stuff to you guys in your messenger. Look, all these links, designation classes, training classes, all these things, closing gifts, tax software, all this stuff that we've been going over, all those links for PSI and testing and fingerprinting, all that stuff that we've gone over, I got it all in this one Word document in the order that we went over it. Okay, so I'm just redoing that document as we're doing this class here, and I'm making it available to you guys as well. All right.
Is there any way that I can access that through an email?
I
just don't understand how to get access to this.
Okay, so remember the hold on a second. I'll pull up the email and I'll show it to you. The email, I sent you 2 emails. One email for joining the real estate class, right? And the Zoom class, I think it was called Zoom class.
Yeah, I have a couple emails.
In the emails, yeah.
Let's see, SPD-0122-2024. Okay, so yeah, I had the Zoom class invite right there. And then I also had
Class shared drive and recordings. Is that where I can locate it?
Yeah, you know what? Here, let me just show you. I'll open up. I'll just create a new blank email because I can't find the one that I sent you, but it's the same exact thing. Let me see. Class shared drive and recordings. There we go. So, here's the class shared drive and recordings. Right here's a blank email created for that. So, if you go into that and you see it says content shared folder for Zoom class meeting, just click on this link. Okay.
Okay.
You click that link, it takes you right here into the shared drive right away.
Oh, great. Thank you so much.
And then you go into the slideshows and links used in class, and that's where the class links Word document is.
Cool.
All right. And
Thank
then
you.
this is where all the slideshows are.
Okie dokie.
Okie doke. Okay, so let's finish up chapter 3. Let's do the key terms to review for this chapter. There are 3 key terms to review for this chapter, and let's get into it, shall we? Let's start off with key terms number 1. All right, remember, I read out the answer on the right-hand side of the page. You guys are going to shout out what you think the corresponding key term to it is on the left-hand side. There's no penalties for wrong answers, so shout them out as you got them. Are you ready?
Wait, what page is that 60? Page 60? No.
Page 60,
Yeah.
key terms
Oh,
1.
okay. Sorry
All right.
about that.
All right, so regulations prohibiting price fixing.
Ooh.
Antitrust laws.
2 is A, antitrust laws. Principal who engages an agent.
Client.
That's a client. 6 is
Yeah.
B. Agent who takes a buyer as the principal.
Buyer's broker.
5 is C. Person authorized by another to act under a power of attorney.
Attorney in fact. Number D.
3 is D. Third person in a transaction, not the principal.
Customer.
9 is E, customer.
Okay.
Written explanation of business relationships.
CIS.
The CIS, correct.
Yeah.
The 8 is F. Yeah, you almost talked about the TV show CSI. I see people always do. So 8 is F. Broker's usual compensation. What do we call that? You shouldn't even have to look at the answer list for that one. Come on.
Commission.
That's your commission. So 7 is G. One who is authorized to act for another in a real estate transaction and receive compensation.
An agent.
An agent. 1 is H. One authorized to act for another.
The broker.
The broker.
Yeah, the broker, I say too.
You know, I think that should be reversed. Those 2 definitions are so close to each other. It's kind of confusing. Let me explain my rationale behind this, okay? So 1 was H and 4 was I. So the first definition was one who's authorized to act for another in a real estate transaction and receive compensation. Who's the one that's allowed to charge the public and receive compensation?
Broker.
Broker.
That's why I don't think that should be an agent. That should be the broker.
Oh, I see.
The broker acts like an agent, but so do you. But the broker is the only one allowed to charge the public to receive that compensation. So I think that one should be 4. I think 4 should be H. And one who's authorized to act for another, that would be an agent, somebody who's acting in the capacity of an agent. And you act as an agent, your broker acts as an agent, you're allowed to do that, but you cannot receive compensation, right? So for that reason, I think that should be reversed. But whatever, don't dwell on it too much. You're not going to get the multiple choice like that on exam that it's going to be that close. All right, that's why these key terms, sometimes they're not exactly 100% accurate or best, but you know what? They do cause you to think. and recall what we've gone over, and that's always a good thing. So, and they get you, the reason why I mainly like to go over key terms and not the questions, I like to go over the key terms because the key terms will get you to pay attention to the slight differencing in wording a little bit closer. Let's go over key terms 2 now. Revealing to another any pertinent information. What do we call that?
Disclosure.
It's disclosure. 2 is A. A salesperson whose broker pays Social Security and regulates their hours, etc.
Employee.
It would be an employee if the broker is regulating your hours, telling you when you got to work and such. So 4 is B. A person who enjoys the trust and a person who enjoys the trust of another to act in the person's best interest.
I know it's fiduciary, but is it?
Well, hold on a second.
Relationship?
Hold on a second. It's a little bit backwards. Pay attention to the wording here.
Okay.
Here, let me reword it slightly. What do you call the person who enjoys the trust and confidence to act for the person's best interest? See, that's so weirdly worded. They're looking for the opposite. They're not looking for the person who owes you fiduciary duties. They're looking for, what do you call the person who's getting the fiduciary duties?
General age.
The principal.
General age. Oh, the principal.
Your client. They're the one who's you owe them fiduciary duties. So they're enjoying the fact that you're providing that for them. It's so weird the way that they have it worded there. Don't sweat it. 9 is C. 9 is C. Don't sweat it. Okay.
Wow.
Agency representing both the seller and the buyer. What do we call an agency that represents both? What is it?
Agency?
Disclosed dual agency. Yes.
Disclosed dual.
One is D. Correct. A party who represents another in a fiduciary relationship. That one's a little more straightforward. That's a fiduciary. 5 is E. Intentional misleading of another who is thereby harmed. What do we call intentional misleading? Fraud. 7 is F. Correct. A special relationship of trust and confidence between the principal and an agent.
The fiduciary relationship.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. 6 is G. One who is empowered to act for a wide range of actions.
Dual agency.
General agent.
Who?
When they say one, they're talking about a person. So what do you call one? A person who's empowered to act in for a wide range of actions, and that would be 8 is H, the general agent. By the way, let's stop here for a second. Anytime you hear the term general in this class from now on, when talking in general, you see what I'm doing here with my hands? When talking in general, it's a wider scope. It's different than specific. Specific is a narrow scope. But talking in general, we're opening our hands. It's covering a lot more stuff. It's a wider scope.
Okay.
So general agents can do more than special agents, which are limited can do.
Gotcha.
In the coming chapters, we're going to talk about general liens versus specific liens. We're going to be talking about all kinds. We're going to hear the term general when it comes to appraisers. You have the what do you call it? The general appraiser. They get was it a general appraiser? Yeah, they could appraise any kind of property. So anytime we hear the word general, we're talking a wider scope. They cover more things. Okay. All right. So what was that? We were done with that, or we have one more to go. We got one more to go. Brokers taking parties as the principal.
Dual agency.
That's a dual agency. 3 is I. Okay. Key terms 3. One who facilitates a transaction without functioning as an agent. What do you call somebody who's not functioning as an agent but facilitates a transaction still?
Transaction broker.
A transaction broker. 16 is A. One authorized to act for another in a specific transaction.
Right.
One authorized to act for another in a specific transaction. They cannot legally bind their clients to a contract. They can work in one capacity only.
Special.
As special agents. 14 is B. Illegal sharing of a commission with the seller. Or anyone, for that matter, who doesn't have a license.
That's a kickback.
It is a kickback. 2 is C. Rules governing conduct of agents.
Law of agency.
It's the law of agency, correct. 4 is D.
Okay.
4 is D.
Okay.
Agreement between a buyer and a seller on the major points. What do you call it when they come to an agreement on all the major key points of a transaction, of a contract? They've come to a meeting of the minds. E, correct. A written authorization allowing one person to act on behalf of another. What do we call that? Written authorization.
Power of attorney.
It is. It is. 8 is F, power of attorney. The one employing an agent, the client. What do we also call them?
Principal.
The principal. 9 is G. The one who brings about a sale, and therefore they're the one that's owed the commission.
Ready, willing, and able buyer? No.
The one who brings about a sale, therefore they're the one that's owed the commission. It is the procuring cause. Yes. I heard you. 10 is H, the procuring cause. They procured the sale, therefore they're owed the commission. An agent of an so 10 was H. An agent of an agent is a
subagent.
Subagent. 15 is I. A contract by which an owner retains a broker to help them find a buyer. What do you call that contract? Where an owner retains a broker to help them find a buyer.
Listing agreement.
5 is J. It's a listing agreement.
Okay.
Harmless exaggeration is part of salesmanship.
Oh, I know this off the top. That is called puffing.
Puffing. 11 is K, correct. Salesperson who sets their own hours and pays their own estimated income taxes.
Independent contractor.
They are an independent contractor. 1 is L. Problem not discoverable by a normal, prudent inspection.
Oh, we just went over this.
Yeah, what's a problem that's not easily discoverable? You can't find it just by looking around normally. Further inspection is required.
Latent
defects?
A latent defect. 3 is M. The word latent means hidden. It is a hidden defect. So it's not discoverable by a normal prudent inspection. Persons licensed to assist a real estate broker. Oh, you better get this. Yes, salesperson. 13 is N. Legislation requiring that communities be alerted to the presence of sex offenders.
Megan's Law.
Megan's Law. 7 is
yeah.
And one who's qualified and prepared to purchase.
Ready, willing, and able.
They're a ready, willing, and able buyer. 12 is P. Correct. Oh, there's a 4th key term to review if we turn the page. They added another one to this chapter. There's one more. Okay, before we get started in this one, I got a couple of notations that I made next to the answers on the right side of the page. So next to letter C, at the end of the line, just write NAR, NAR.
Letter C, oh, okay.
Yeah, next to letter C at the end of the line, write NAR. Then letter G, cross out the word fraud and write above it unintentional misrepresentation. If you could squeeze it in there, writing it really small. Unintentional misrepresentation. You can't define a word with the word, so they often use this word fraud, but let's use the word misrepresentation. All right, then letter H right below it. Cross out the word fraud again and write the word misrepresentation. And now that we got that done, let's do the list. Unintentional deception committed in ignorance. Unintentional misrepresentation committed in ignorance.
Negligent? Misrepresentation?
Mm-mm.
No?
Innocent misrepresentation.
Okay.
6 is A. Real estate equivalent of malpractice insurance.
Errors and omissions insurance.
Also known as E&O, correct. E&O or errors and omissions. 3 is B. A member of a private national organization, NAR. What do we call its members?
Realtor.
Realtors. 10 is C. Statewide group of real estate licensees who choose to join. Not like you really have a choice, but whatever. Statewide group of real estate licensees who choose to join this organization.
National Association of Realtors?
Not statewide, statewide.
New Jersey Realtors.
New Jersey Realtor.
Oh, statewide. You did say statewide.
9 is D, correct.
Okay.
Designation awarded for advanced study.
This one's hard.
Yeah, I know. I'm thinking the same thing, Kelly.
Graduate Realtor.
It's the Graduate Realtor Institute, or GRI. 5 is E.
I gotta study this one.
Oh, me too.
Problem when serving best interest of both the client and oneself.
Who?
Problem.
Conflict of interest.
Yeah, you've got a conflict of interest there when you're serving the interest of your client and yourself. 2 is F.
Okay.
Unintentional misrepresentation committed by someone who should have known better.
Negligent
8
misrepresentation.
is G, correct, negligence. Intentional misrepresentation.
Fraudulent.
Fraudulent misrepresentation. 4 is H. Competence normally expected.
Code of ethics. No.
Wait, what number are you on?
Competence normally expected.
Standard of care.
It is the standard of care. 11 is I.
That's it. Yep.
Standards of conduct adopted by realtors.
Code of ethics.
That would be the code of ethics. One is J. And a private nationwide organization of brokers and salespeople.
National Association
National
of
Association of Realtors.
NAR, National Association of Realtors. 7 is K. All right. That concludes chapter 3. So now we're going to start chapter 4.
Are a lot of those going to be on the exam?
There's a lot of questions coming from the first 3 chapters, first 4 chapters, actually. Boatload of questions from them. Yes.
Regarding realtors.
Yeah, all that stuff. Well, advertising, marketing, realtors, the laws, rules, regulations, dual agency, disclosures that need to be given. Yes. Lot of questions. Look, I showed you guys, I believe I showed you guys from the shared Google Drive in that original class links Word document. Let's see the old one, the class links. If I click on that and open that up, and we scroll all the way to the bottom of that list. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. You see state exam topics and questions by category. Remember, I showed this to you on day 1. Here's a link to the latest PSI booklet. But look, here's the breakdown. This breakdown is in the PSI booklet that tells you how many questions there are in a state exam by topic. But I customized that list to break it down for this book that we're using. So I show you what chapters that information can be found in. So in this Word document. So you can see it says statutes and rules governing licensee activities, covers all these subtopics underneath it. And there's 22 questions on exam. And primarily they're coming from chapters 1, 2, and 3, but some questions from 18 and 21.
Okay.
That's 22 questions from them first 3 chapters mainly. Here's 13 more questions on the general principles of agency, which primarily comes from chapter 3 and some from chapter 10. 8 questions, chapter 6, 7, 19. 5 more questions, chapter 9. 7 questions, chapter 16, 13, 14, 15. Here's 6 more questions from chapters 3 and 9. Chapter 3 got a lot of questions. 11. Here's a practice of real estate from chapters 3 and 4. Management 3 from chapter 12, 19. Okay. 10 questions from chapter 2, 14, 16, and 21. 2 more questions from chapters 1 and 2. 3 more questions from chapter 1. 3 more questions from chapter 1 and 4. Yeah, there's a lot of questions. So that's the basic breakdown of a majority of these questions. Even though there's some chapters I have not mentioned in there because I don't know why the breakdown like that. I got to go over that a little bit more because, oh, wait, no, we got them here. 13, 14, 15. Okay. No, we got them all broken down. Okay. But it's in the class links Word document. So if you ever fail the state exam, you're going to pass it the first try. But if you ever fail it, they give you a printout on how many questions on each topic and how many you got. So by looking at that, you could see what your weak area is. And then just look at the weak area, which will be listed by this name here. And then you could see what chapter it is that you need to study up on.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Sounds good.
All right, let me open up the next chapter here, chapter 4. Oops. Save that. And let me go to the shared Google Drive actually really quick, and those slideshows used in class. Okay, so far we did some customization on these slideshows. So I'm going to show you what I do usually here. So basically, I'm going to go to chapter 1, 2, 3. Okay, we've done those so far. So I'm going to delete them here from that shared drive. And then I'm going to replace them with the new ones that we just used and updated, chapters 1, 2, and 3. Boom. You see me uploading them. They're getting updated. So I just replaced them with the newer updated ones. Okay. So that's why they got different dates along them and times and such, because I do update these. So there it is again. 1, 2, 3. They're there again. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Let me open up chapter 4 and let's get started in that. This chapter is all about discrimination issues and fair housing laws and such. So let me share that. Go full screen and get started. Chapter 4, fair housing. Oh, before I do that, I said that I was going to create a separate file for each one of these. So let me do this. Let me stop the recording and start a new file for chapter 4.